You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The affluent suburb of Balwyn is the backdrop for today's big clash as EFNL Game Day presents Balwyn versus Noble Park in the traditional King's Birthday weekend fixture. Broadcasting live this afternoon on Radio Eastern 98.1 and all around the world on our YouTube and Facebook streams. After a slow start to the season, Balwyn have worked their way nicely back into the season with their winning their last 4 games, and will look to solidify their position in the top 3 of the Premiership Division table. It's been a changing of the guard at Noble Park as they farewelled some of their favourite sons from last season as they usher in the next generation. However, it's been far from smooth sailing, enduring a difficult start so far. We'll speak to the relevant coaches of Balwyn and Noble Park, Brenton Sanderson and Steve Hughes, for their thoughts on today's game. And there's 4 big games to be decided in Division 3 this afternoon, which we'll touch on shortly. Time to introduce the panel. Joining me, your host Wayne Brasher, is Scott Hardy and Matt Spider-Lee.
Good afternoon to you, Brash, and all the listeners and viewers. Great to be here on this King's Birthday long weekend and a big clash. Traditional rivals, Balwyn and Noble Park, 2 of the clubs that came in the early 2000s. And obviously Noble Park came in back in 1999 and Balwyn some 8 years later into the FNL. But 2 clubs, they've put on some really good games in the past. Probably this one's not living up to the hype and the expectation, but when these 2 teams go at it, we always expect a pretty fierce contest, and let's hope we get one this afternoon.
Good afternoon, Scott.
Yeah, good afternoon. We'll keep it short and sweet because we've got a special guest alongside just straight away.
Only the quick and dead survive here, mate.
That's
correct.
Joining us first up this afternoon, always good to have him on the broadcast, Brenton Sanderson, coach of Balwyn. Good afternoon, Brenton.
G'day, boys. Thanks for having me on.
Interesting start to the season for the Balwyn Football Club. A couple of losses at the start, 4 wins on the trot. My first question to you is, watched a few of the games on the tape, watched you against Mitcham.
Yep.
At times, do you think the side, and I don't want to sound disrespectful, but maybe lacks motivation throughout the contest?
Oh, I wouldn't say that. I think we probably, it's always hard. The last time I spoke to you boys was before round 1 when we played Blackburn, and they really did outplay us that day, and we didn't see that coming at all. I don't know, sometimes, coming off a premiership, you just think you roll out and it just happens automatically, but there's so much hard work you got to do behind the scenes to ensure that all those good habits that you did the previous year, you've got to make them just automatic again the next year, and we certainly didn't do that. We were really poor against Blackburn, and they were awesome. Blackburn, they've really improved, haven't they? In the off season, they're having a really good season. And then we played Rowville here in week 2, and they really did put us away, 30 points I think it was. So we had our reality check early to start Zip 2, and we've had a little bit of. I guess the way we've selected the side, it's been quite fluid. We've played a lot of boys already. A few guys have been in because they've been available and they're not available. Had a couple of injuries. We lost Chevy, our ruckman, in that round 1 game against Blackburn, and Big Nikita, one of our developing young ruckmen, came in for sort of a 5-6 week block and was really good. So yeah, out of necessity, we've had to rotate the squad pretty heavily, but hopefully it starts to settle down a little bit now. We're lucky we got Sam Durden today, so he signed with us in the off-season, and we knew we wouldn't see much. He signed with Box Hill, and obviously a good club having a great year, and we've got him today, which is a real bonus for us. And as we know, with the qualification rules, we've got to hopefully get another 2 games into him after this one to get him ready for September. But I think like Rowville, East Ringwood, all those top sides, Vermont, that if you get your best 22 available in September, it's going to be a massive difference.
The other question that we spoke to you when we at Blackburn, you said that centre half forward was going to be one of those positions, right? That was going to be a bit of a work in progress this year. I've noticed you've tried Will Lamott there a few times, and I've watched him on the tape, and he seems like that he could fit into that position if you played him there enough. Yeah,
well, obviously Jordan Lyle retired, and then he's almost impossible to find a replacement for him. Such a good player and a great ball, and clubman for years and years, and grateful that he had the opportunity to play in a premiership in his final year. But he's really hard to replace. So we're going to play Silvani there today, and he's another one that got injured in round 1 against Blackburn. He broke his scapula, or had a fracture in his scapula and his shoulder blade. So he'll be back today, and we're going to have a look at him at centre half forward. Big-bodied, strong, real competitor. So we'll have a look at him. But you're right. I think we've got Tillig and Lamotte, who are more sort of mobile, third tall options.
I've been really impressed with Tillig because the fact that he may not be, he's out of, I think, your best 6 in the forward. I love the way that he's forward pressure on the opponent. He works extremely hard to keep the ball in forward 50, but he's also added that goal kicking to his forte now. No,
you're right. It's a good call. He probably just lacked a little bit of confidence potentially when he first came into the club, but he's really hit his straps now. Yes. And other thing like you mentioned was his goal kicking. He let himself down. He had some games where he kicked like 2 goals 3, but now his accuracy's improved, and his confidence is up. And in that forward line, to get Oakes back there now, and hopefully Silvani today, and Lamotte, as you said, is in a little bit of form. He doesn't have to be the man. He can. No. He can, get the second or third best matchup and sort of run around and find a bit of space. But he's a really good mover. Got good hands, and if we can add that goal kicking and that accuracy to his resume, he's going to be a really important player.
Sando, good luck this afternoon, and fabulous to have you on pre-game. Let's talk about. Let's go back a few weeks now. I suppose when you look back and review the first few weeks of the season, you go, well, it took us a little while to get going. Your connection through your midfield, but also your ball use from half back. How have you sort of adapted those changes? I heard you talking about it the other day that ball use is such an important part of the game, and your best players come from that half back line. And to get that connection, you just seemed like the last month it's just starting to reform for you. Through guys like Urban, Slimming, it's taken a little bit of time to get going. Yep. But it's all important, isn't it, that ball use to get that connection? Yeah,
you're right. And Jamie Ridd's having a fantastic year off half-back. He'll be in the team of the year for sure.
And Ridd's a bit like your Bailey Dale in the sense.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, you're right. He's really important for us. And I know there are sides looking to tag him now. East Doncaster last week ran someone with him, so we've got to be prepared for that. We really miss Louis Cunningham. He retired as well last year after having some issues with the multiple concussions. Really smart decision, and then he was running around training and did his ACL when he was training. So even if he wanted to play this year, we can't have him.
Yeah.
But he sort of hoping he'll be back next year. And then we signed Isaac Barry, who's a Balwyn junior and 1-pointer and would have been fantastic for us. He did his ACL playing for Northern Bullants. So our stocks are a little bit thin when you look at those options across half back. But Lockie Young's been great. We probably use him a little bit more today with his sort of run off half back. McDermott's having another really good season. Keeps improving every week, and we've got a couple of young kids back there, Pierce and Lunny, who are in their early 20s and still very young in their development, but we're just getting some games into them too. I think they're going to keep getting better and better.
And it's always hard when you've got to squeeze players in and out of the team because of the point system, because last week Jamie Kempson was probably a victim of that. How hard is it to give the feedback and just keep players on task with that? Kempson goes back, plays a really good game in the reserves, comes back up into the team today, and it has to get that job. So that's not an easy situation for you to have to deal with week after week.
No, you're right. That was a tough one. We had some big issues last week. As late as sort of 9:30 on Saturday morning, we were still finalising our team. And to Kempson's credit, great clubman, just come in, stepped aside, played twos, got best on ground, and he's straight back in the side today. He'll play in the seniors all year for us now. But the expectations are he'll be one of our better players today. We throw him straight in the engine room. He'll be in our first centre bounce, and he's had a really good season to this point. But got squeezed out last week or the last time we played. But he'll be he'll be fine today. He'll be one of our better players, I'm sure.
The whiteboard, what's the key messages this afternoon? You take on a Noble Park side that, like their form has indicates that they've struggled throughout the course of the early part of the season to kick goals.
Yep.
But also, more importantly, what are the key messages to avoid any complacency against the team? You've got to be on real red alert today.
Well, I think as you boys said in the opener, this is a rivalry that goes back a long way. Every time we play Noble, we know we're up for a really strong fight, and regardless of win-loss records and all that, this is a standalone game today. We've got the opportunity to win 5 in a row, but yeah, I think probably the key messages for me, we're just working on our forward connection. We're looking for for more scoring. I know you guys mentioned that to me last year before the grand final. You're a bit concerned that we might not be able to kick enough goals, and you were right. We only kicked 8, I think.
Won it for you in the end.
But we kicked, East Ring would only kick 7 or whatever it was. So it's an area that we're still looking to keep working on. Contest and clearance is massive today. I sort of prepared for it to be really wet, but we might get a shower or two in the second half. But I think the first half will be quite dry. And the other one, of course, is the ability to be able to put enormous pressure on in our front half. I think that's the modern game now. If you can create turnovers and go back and score against a defence that's not set, and you can't play that full transition game and hope to get away with it and win games. You got to get the ball in your own front half, own territory, and then look to sort of create turnovers and go back and counterpunch. And they're probably the 3 areas that we'll focus most on today. And hopefully, I guess the challenge for me, it's the boys have to motivate themselves. They can't rely on the coach coming in and yelling and screaming pre-game. They've got to find a way to generate some enthusiasm themselves.
With that forward connection, obviously averaging about 9.5 goals from Premier Data sort of stats. Is that something that you really do focus on a lot, or does today, because you're probably playing a very similar side in Noble, because they're averaging below you about 7, does that focus change, or do you sort of go, we're going to put a bit more effort into our defence today, or how do you?
Yeah, it's a really good point, because I know a lot of coaches will focus, if they're not kicking enough goals, they'll focus on their offence. But it's probably your front half defence. If you can create turnovers and you need forward half pressure, scoring from stoppage has always been a semi-strength of ours. We've got some really good bulls inside the contest, and if we can get it out to our forwards in even number contests, we should be okay. But I think our front half pressure. We haven't got Markovsky today. He had a cortisone injection in his ankle during the week, so he needs to have a rest. And Toby Lever's overseas, who's been a front half. He's been a front half pressure player. So we've got 2 of those boys out today. So we've got to find replacements for them. We've got another first gamer today, Flynn Marshall, left footer from Tasmania, who I think you guys will really like. Long curly black hair, really good inside the contest. He would have suited the conditions if it was going to be wet, but he's going to play in the front half today, and I think you guys will like him too. He's had to wait his turn, and sort of 18 months he's been at the club, and we're sort of expecting him to hopefully play well today.
And do you have anyone sort of in mind for going towards Lachlan McDonald? He's leading for 29, averaging 29 disposals.
No, definitely.
We'll go to him. He's a key for Noble. And if you shut him down, it's probably.
You've got to have a plan for him, and we've certainly got that. He's, I think, like you said, 29 disposals. Really smart footy player. Played really well against us twice last year. So we've got to make sure that we don't let anyone get off the hook today, especially him.
I'd like to go back to your rotations, Brenton, because I'm at the stage now where I've watched a lot of Premier Division, and it seems like to me now that you've got to have at least 6 to 8 players that can play that half-forward midfield role, and that you can put them in any one of those 6 positions at any given time to give the guys it's almost like they're going to play 2 posies in that midfield, right?
No, I think you're right. And, I mentioned during the week, I think the way the game's evolving now too is you just can't be a one-trick pony. You've got to be the rise of the hybrid is here, I think. Those sort of 6'2", 6'3" guys that can play inside, they can play forward, they can play on the wing, and they can play across half back. You need that variety in your side without a doubt. So I sort of feel like we've got a pretty good template for that.
It's a bit like the Collingwood tall defenders in a sense too. Like they just and then they just run forward the ball with their corridor use. It feels like at times when watching vision of you guys, you try to template that a little bit as well.
Yeah, no, you're right, and I think that's why those sort of sides at the top of the ladder are playing so well. Is you know, you got like a Nick Dacos who's just elite in the midfield, and then they put him forward and he kicks 2 goals, you know, in 5 minutes. And Sidebottom's done that this year. He's played a variety of roles. You know, Pendlebury can play half-back. Josh Dacos has gone to half-back this year. And then they just keep putting all these kids in these different roles, and they just keep having success. So it's definitely the template for the modern game, is that sort of hybrid type roles. You know, guys that can play a variety of positions. And you know, even today we're starting Haley and Oakes in the forward line, and we could probably put them in the midfield, you know, and they'd have a significant influence as well. So we might look at that in the second half of the year as well.
I think at the Mitcham game, I saw Nathan Buckley was there watching you. Is he sort of like a mentor for you that you can sort of at the cold heart of the day after the game's done, you could sit down with him and pick his brains on what he saw? And he might say things that you might have missed.
Oh, for sure, yeah. No, we're obviously great mates, and we live together. We've been friends now for 30 years, you know. So worked together at Collingwood for five seasons. So he had a Saturday afternoon off and ducked out and had a look, and we probably needed him to, you know. That was when we were zip 2 and we really needed to win. So that was the day Will Elliott from Northern Bullants kicked 5, I think, or 4, and it was obviously really, really influential. So yeah, it's good to have those people in your corner who know footy inside out.
And it's also good too that it is good that you've got an outside influence too, which I'm sure most coaches have nowadays to talk their ideas through. Because you know, look, it's hard when you're taking on the coaching gig. You've got to rely on people on your side, right, that fully understand where you're coming from and can help you design that game plan, and not be afraid to come to you and say, Brent, this ain't working.
Oh no, that's right, and I think that sometimes coaches fail, but you know, coaches aren't as successful because they surround themselves with people who just agree with you all the time. You know, you've got to.
Yes, man.
No, that's right, and you've got to have a group that support you and
challenge you as well.
You.
And that's probably the Sam Mitchell version just the other night. Like, I mean, he was challenged for 3 weeks really, but things weren't working, and then they were able to turn their fortunes around. I mean, you could only. I mean, I was speaking with Sam after games at press conferences, and you could see that there was things in their game that were not working for them, but on Thursday they turned it around because they probably challenged each other, but also they challenged the players.
No, you're right. No, that's right. You got to have people that can challenge you. And sometimes as an assistant coach, you go to the coach 10 times, and he might 9 times say, "No, we're not going to do that." But it's the one time you might be able to provide a little gem that can help change your game, or turn your fortunes around.
Well, Brent, always a pleasure having you on
Thanks, boys.
EFNL Game Day.
Good stuff, Sandy.
It won't be the last time we'll be speaking to you in season 2025, I'm sure of that. But for today, good luck, and hopefully Balwyn will walk away with the 4 points and
thank you.
and solidify their position in the top 3.
Thank you, boys. Have a good call.
Thank you very much. There you have it.
Great insight.
Great insight from the great man, Brenton Sanderson.
Does a brilliant
from
job,
Balwyn.
and he's analytical nature of the game and just the insights are really first class.
Yeah, look, and he doesn't hold back, does he, Scott?
No.
He's not afraid to give you anything.
No, well, that's exactly right, and it's great insight, sort of, and just speaking to sort of that mind that's been in the top system, and then obviously can pass that on to his troops down here in Eastern Premier.
Yeah, and it's just sharing the views of the game, but also being able to bring it to community football and give the understanding. And I think that's what players want. If they can get understanding and live in a little bit of that world, the reality world, it makes it easy for players when they go out there and play.
Well, and more importantly too, gentlemen,
and fun.
Yeah, well, it's not only and that as well, but I think it's more important, as I alluded to him, is that the part-time or the coaches that are a part of that game day panel shouldn't be afraid to go up to him and express a point of view and say, no, this isn't working, boss. We need to change it.
Yeah, and he's obviously got good enough sort of troops underneath him that he trusts their decision, and they're not afraid to question him, even though, like we're saying, he's been sort of to the upper, and it's just obviously interesting though when he's sort of saying, who's in his corner. You've got Nathan Buckley coming down just to watch a bit of the local footy and offer his time and sort of chat to him. Obviously, they're mates and stuff. So again, for the players, and when you get a coach like that has had experience and comes into your side, into your 4 walls, it really would change a club.
It does, and fresh set of eyes are always a good thing.
Yeah.
Well, gents, before Steve Hughes comes on, we've got a few minutes. Let's get into. There's some other activity happening in the Eastern Football Netball League today. Div 3, round 9 will come to a conclusion. We've got 4 games today as Coldstream and Sylvan played the opening fixture way back in
it feels an eternity ago.
Way back in late March, but 4 games set down for decision. Let's kick it off. We've got Oakley District are at home this afternoon to the Basin. Oakley District just of late, they've won a couple of games. Confidence is starting to rise again.
Building some momentum, Brash, I think.
They certainly are. Basin have been... Look, they've been a little bit hot and cold.
Been better, though, this season.
But been better. A tall assignment to go down to Princes Highway. It's not an easy ground to win, and if you haven't played there, those vagaries of the ground can chew you up and spit you out very, very quickly. I just think at the moment, with just a little bit momentum, and I think Oakley District's form against, if you look at who they've played, their form line looks a lot better than what the Basins is moving into a contest this afternoon. I'm going to tip Oakley District. What are your thoughts?
I think they're okay, Oakley District. So I think, Scott, I think they're really starting to gather some momentum over the last few weeks. I think the Potts boys playing some really good footy, starting to really generate some good ball transition and ball movement. And starting to generate a lot more scores, I think, Scott, for Oakley District, which is going to help them in this game. Pearson's been kicking some goals of late, which is certainly an upside for him. He did talk about it a few weeks ago, his inaccuracies, but he seems to have got it on track. But I think they're going to be really hard to beat at home. The Basin, yes, they've been better, but they're going to have to be better for 4 quarters today across the day to have any chance of defeating an Oakley District side that I think are going to start to make their move in the second part of the season.
My only sort of concern with Oakley is the wins that they get are probably against the sides you would expect them to win against, and then the losses are against sides they probably need to get a 4 point somewhere in there. They need to find one. My other concern with Oakley is they're bleeding down back. Like their points against is 755.
Yeah, that was particularly early when they had a few massive losses, and which was surprising. But I think they've tidied that up over the last 2 or 3 weeks.
Do you think the other thing that did rear its ugly head for mine, do you think the reliance on Blake Pearson to kick goals, do you see that as an issue for them as well?
I think just the reliance on Blake Pearson, overall full stop, whether it's goals, whether it's around the ground. I think he's, obviously instrumental leader on that footy field, and he's a great person to have. But sometimes it's sort of like, when you've got that focus on that one player, or it's like going forward and you've always got that key forward, you'll always look to them sort of thing rather than the better option and stuff. And I guess that's the only thing that they just can't get sort of sucked into, is sort of having that, I guess that's sort of in their mind. Whether they do or not, I don't know. But that's the only sort of concern. But I would probably, look at making sure their defence is probably locked down a little bit. And against Basin, like I said, they've been playing some really nice footy this year. When you look at sort of last year, and we probably wouldn't be even having the conversation to say, they'll make a go of this and everything like that. I think for them, it's probably, for Basin, it's just consistency. That's, again, probably the key for both those sides. So they match up probably well enough through there. But look, it's pleasing for a Basin side to have the wins where they can and get them where they can. I am going Oakley, as much as I'm sort of saying, But it'll be a close contest, I think.
Well, it's just whether they can hang in for long enough throughout the course of the game. And look, they've been okay. I think getting some of those wins, particularly at home during the first part of the season, the Basin, is a good positive step for them. And they had that big day when Prime Train played and got those got a number of goals in that big win over Scoresby, which that was massive. And in the context of the season, could have some consequences either way.
The only question I have then for you is, like, if it was flipped, because I ummed and ahed on whether I was going to pick, if it was at home at Basin, I probably would have gone Basin. Because, like you're saying, Brash, that Oakley ground is a really tricky ground if you haven't played it.
Yeah, well, they do play it well.
So, anyway.
Yeah, look.
Yeah, that's a good point.
They're playing at Oakley, so
no, but it is actually a good point, because they are playing.
They match up well.
They are harder to beat now at home, the Basin, this season, than what they have been. It's probably going back a couple of years when they were winning a lot of games at home, when they were playing upper division as well.
Correct.
Let's move on to the next game, gentlemen, and an interesting game set down also for decision this afternoon. Spider, you and I last weekend had a chance to have a look at Scoresby. They're at home this afternoon to Upper Ferntree Gully. I'll throw it to you first. I thought Scoresby showed a lot of character, right? They could have easily rolled over and got beaten by 80 points, but I think to get back to 19, only go down by 19 points, it makes you wonder, was it more about Domvale or was it more about Scoresby?
Well, it was certainly the lack of intent from Scoresby, particularly in the first half with all those turnovers that they conceded. In the end of the game, when you added up all the turnover goals, it ended up being 10 goals on turnover. Now, in the second half, they tidied that aspect of their game up. So Craig McKenzie will walk away and go, look, we got out of there. It was a 19-point defeat, but we can certainly take some learnings and take some positives away from that game, because later in the season, if we meet them again in a big game, we certainly can match up well against them. Look, in the second half, they were impressive last week. They took it right up to them and got the margin back to a couple of goals, and it looked like it was that they were a chance to potentially even run over the top, because Domvale actually stopped. They actually stopped after half time.
They did.
And they were really poor, I thought, in the second half last week. And then in the end, they got a couple of goals late in the game, moved the margin back out. But in the end, I thought it was a game of two halves, and I thought Scoresby, they're a real promising side. If they can play a full 4 quarters at that level that they played in the second half last week, they are well and truly in this premiership race. But it just got to make sure. Guys like Camilleri were fantastic last week, really led from the front. We talked about Trainer at the back end of the game last week. We know what Amin does when he's up 40, kicking all those goals. Look, they had players that really won in multiple positions in the second half last week and closed Domvale down. It was the damage that was done in the first half last week. And Domvale, look, we know how physical they were, and they really came to play. But I think from a ball movement transition point of view, and we talked about the ball use just with Sando before, I really liked what I saw, particularly in the second half, the way that Scoresby cleaned up their ball movement and got it moving. But the first half was where the damage was done. They just couldn't quite execute.
Scott, I'll get you to give me an Upper Gully percentage. Losses to Knox, Ferntree Gully and Domvale, 3 good sides, and 5 wins against Fair Park, the Basin, Sylvan, Oakley District and Coldstream. Sees them sit 5 and 3.
Yep.
How do you assess them this afternoon, considering they've already played 2 of the top 5 sides in this division, and their last 5 or 6 weeks have been excellent.
Been great footy for them. But again, you've got to find those wins just against those sides that are probably on the better side, and if you can get those, it gives such confidence to the club and obviously to your position. And you look at where they are positioned on the ladder. Well, obviously those losses have pushed them to where they are. If they get another one in there, and this game against Scoresby is huge for that. It just shows that then they are well within their right to be in a top 4 sort of side, and for credentials to play finals. I think for them though, that's just their biggest hurdle, is beating that probably that better side on paper at least, and obviously at Scoresby is a hard 4 points to get.
Yeah, okay. Look, they've got one of the better away records. They've won 2 from 4, which most clubs are really struggling to win away from home in this division. So that gives them a plus there.
Got to make this a stoppage game, and they've got to really work hard at that and really defend strongly Upper Gully. That's the only way I think they can beat a Scoresby team that like to transition the ball.
You go on.
No, and I was just going to say the only other flip side of it for Scoresby's perspective for that win is huge. We'll come back to it. But if they get that win, they've got a really nice draw in the next 3 weeks. Like probably 12 points is in the bank if you're playing against sides that are right down the bottom. So it's a really important game for Scoresby.
Right. We're going to get back to Division 3 later on in the pre-match, but joining us for the first time in season 2025 on EFNL Game Day, it's good afternoon to Steve Hughes. Good afternoon, Steve.
G'day, Brash. How are we, boys?
Not bad. Look, I watched Noble Park against Vermont the last week. I don't think it was a true indication of Noble Park's form throughout the season so far. However, I will say that I thought your back 6 in that particular game played exceptionally well to hold Vermont to probably a 40-point win that day. It just didn't happen for you in the midfield and the forward 50 that afternoon.
Yeah, I think that's probably a fair assessment. I was reasonably pleased with with the defensive output, we've been running, in excess of sort of 50 to 60% entry conversion for the opposition in terms of the amount of times they go in and then scoring. And we dropped that back to, in spite of, a significant loss, under 40%, which is sort of a bit of a benchmark for us. So, the back six were terrific that day. Forwards battled a bit, and that was probably what I was a little bit worried about going into the game, to be honest, with the likes of Ross and, a number of good defenders back there for Vermont. I think that's probably their biggest strength, and they got a hold of us that day, unfortunately. But anyway, we live to fight another day.
You're right, because basically it was a battle of the two half-back lines most of the afternoon, and I thought both sides, toiled manfully. I think it was a really tough day for the forwards for both sides. But that being said, I mean, look, you've had a massive transition. I mean, let's not walk away from that. Some favourite sons have left the club, and now it's a new breed that you've got to bring into and get them playing in those positions. And look, it's going to take time. You've had some encouraging games this season, but you've also because of the playing group, the consistency hasn't been there that you've required, is it?
Yeah, that's a fair call. I mean, if we rewind, I think, I've been reasonably pleased with the effort in 6 out of 6, to be honest.
Yeah.
Rowville, we were a goal down going into time on in the second quarter. East Ringwood kind of got a hold of us after half time as well. Those bigger bodies really sort of sorted us out. And obviously the Vermont game, whilst it was actually a bloody horrible game of footy, to be honest.
It wasn't.
But
I wasn't raving about it.
But the effort was definitely there. And
yeah.
Obviously to get a couple of wins earlier on as well. So we're having a go. I guess it's just, like you say, it's just being able to sustain it against the better sides for the full 4 quarters is a challenge, and that'll be evident again today.
Good luck this afternoon, Steve. Hopefully you can put out a pretty good show on what is always a fantastic game and between those two clubs. Let's focus in on Sam Gilbert. Sam Gilbert's come into the playing group. What are some of the things that he's brought to the group from a leadership perspective, but also maybe from your point of view, from a coaching perspective, that you've been able to roll out just to get a little bit more experience out on the ground and sort of try to fast track some of these younger players that you've got at your disposal?
Well, it's exactly what this young group needs in terms of communication, particularly out on the ground and setups. Unfortunately, we don't have his services today.
Yeah.
He tweaked his groin early in the second quarter against Vermont, which probably hurt us a little bit that day as well. But I guess from him, and probably together with Brad Crouch, who's come on board as assistant coach. Yeah, I mean, directly out of the AFL system, Crouchy, and being able to give us some different ideas around our ball patterns, movements, where our mids can and can't go. That'll take some time, but we've seen some glimpses of some really exciting stuff which we're trying to implement, but it does take a bit of time. So, between Sam and Crouchy, we're really pleased to have that level of quality walk into the club.
So when you put the whiteboard out today, and what are some of the key messages that we're going to drill down on pre-game to coming up against the Balwyn side that their form has fluctuated throughout the first part of the season. Just over the last few weeks, they're just starting to get a bit more connection, use the ball a little bit better, and they're starting to generate a little bit more through score. What are some of those key messages that you need to implement today to make sure you get a competitive performance from the playing group?
Well, it just starts with our fundamentals, and our foundation of our footy is our pressure acts, which have been up all year and super all year, to be honest. But there's some other elements that we need to add in terms of our pattern, ball movement, but also just simple things like making it difficult for the opposition a little bit. I think our lack of accountability hasn't been, hasn't excited me, and I think we want to sharpen up. And
so when you say accountability, can you be a little bit more specific in terms of what you want to see when you pull that apart?
We call it shopping early defensively, when we lose control of the footy, just to actually bring some energy into our defence and set up quickly. I think we've been a bit sluggish with that, to be honest. And against the good sides, they'll pick you apart quick smart. So I think if we can snap into that defensive transition a bit quicker than what we have, particularly on this small ground, you typically get a dividend out of that. But that's a challenge for the whole group. It's not just mids, backs, forwards. It's the collective.
With the younger side, and obviously, probably that struggle to find the goals, and say you actually match up quite well with ball and averaging 7 goals, and I spoke to Sando about that. And obviously last week probably brings that back down a bit. But do you have then room to, are you trying different positions for players to find that goal scoring sort of option, or is it again back to that defence role, lock it down and go build up from there?
Yeah, we've flipped a few things around this year. We've moved Harley Fairback down back to give us a bit of bounce. And he's been super. He's probably been in our best 4 or 5 for the year so far. He's traditionally a forward, but we've given Liam O'Rourke some footy. He's been a bit of a key target for us, which isn't ideal. But he's super athletic and incredibly exciting, and I just want to give him as much game time as I can.
Leading goal scorer for the side, so you probably have to keep that rolling, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's 19, directly out of the under-19s footy, and I still believe he will take the greatest mark of all time. It hasn't happened yet. But,
hopefully it's today while we're recording.
I have seen him stand on some heads, and he's super athletic, a bright spark for the future. Yeah, we're trying a few different things. Geordie Marsden will start forward today. He's traditionally, obviously, a midfielder, but we're probably not as well stocked forward wise as we hoped we would be, with the loss of Ben Marsden 5 minutes into round 1, who's our captain.
It's a horrible loss, isn't it?
Yeah, and we lost Tommy Nelson, who's probably our second tier forward 2 weeks ago. It looks like he'll miss most of the season as well. And obviously, we tried Gilbert forward, and he tweaked his groin. So. But we'll keep trying different things, and fingers crossed we can put a score on the board. And
with your disposals as well, it's probably a little bit down from last year. Again, losing quality mids and stuff.
Yep.
Is that sort of a focus, or sort of what's your message sort of for your focus? I guess your message for the season. Like, I know you obviously want wins, but aside from that.
Well, I think with our mids is a completely different look.
Yep. With
the likes of Mitch Reardon moving in there. We're gonna try a bit of a tag today as well. So, but in terms of, I guess, the disposal side of things, like we're just a smidge off. I actually showed our group some numbers on Thursday night in terms of where we sit ranked against Balwyn.
Yep.
And we're 5 and 6 off here and 5 and 6 off there. So if we could just sharpen up a few of those 1%ers and ball movements included in that, and probably our efficiencies, we're not miles off. So we've just got to sustain that for 4 quarters.
Hughes, one of the things that for a coach, with the transition of a younger group, and you've still got a handful of senior players at your disposal, sometimes you want to play your experienced players in the positions that they play best. But a lot of the times when you're bringing a new element into the side, you've got to rob Peter to pay Paul and play them in positions, right, to try and get the most out of them, or the most benefit on the afternoon. And I noticed that with McDonald. I think you tried him in about 3 or 4 different places at Vermont. I think at one stage you had him at full forward for 3 or 4 minutes. But the thing was, you realised very early on that he was of no service to you, so you had to get him back onto the ball somehow.
Yeah, we did, but just with the loss of the forwards that we've had over the last few weeks, we've got to try different things without a doubt. So, and particularly, obviously the Vermont game, we walked in without kicking a goal at half time, so I just chucked the magnets basically all around.
Well, that was going to be my next thing. How hard is it as a coach when you are hamstrung and you've just, like you said, you've thrown the magnets in the air and you've tried that many combinations? Does it get to a stage where you just say, I've just got to go with what I've got in those positions, and come what may, take whatever punishment it gets dished to us?
From time to time, but look, I think that's a small sample size. We had a bad day.
That's what I'm saying. So I don't believe that result is definitely not indicative of Noble Park for this season. They've played a lot better than that.
Yeah, but absolutely. I mean, that's the prime example is moving Geordie forward today. Like I think like Geordie's played somewhere in the vicinity of 70 or 80 games under me and hasn't played forward at all. So, but he played junior footy as a forward, and his brother will be back in a couple of weeks, which hopefully will be handy. So we absolutely got to try a few different things, but got to be conscious of not tipping the scales too far. We've only got 2 players over 25 at the moment, so that's Kevy Keane and Scotty McInerney. Scotty's been super. He's been in our best 4 or 5 this year without a doubt. So they're pulling their weight definitely. But the young group, they're really exciting, enthusiastic, and
that's all you can ask.
Yeah, that's all you can ask. Yeah.
From a morale point of view, how is it around the playing group at the moment when the wins aren't coming, and what are some of the things that you're doing internally to keep that positive energy amongst the group and try not to stay focused on the wins and losses, because you can get washed up in that when you're really just at the moment you're just trying to teach and educate the players, to keep improving week after week.
The key theme's been fun around the club, and we're getting that absolutely. Like they're a young, enthusiastic group. There's a number, playing seconds footy that want to get their crack as well. So I think they get a sniff that there's opportunity this year, and opportunity brings energy with a young group. So, and we love the fellas that left the club at the end of last year. Some of them, life members and best and fairest players, and
it's good evolution in it.
Yeah, and it has to happen.
And we love them, but you're right, it happens. Every now and again, players get older and they have to move on, and that's what happened. And now we've got a young, hungry, energetic group that are, and I consistently give them the message that footy should be fun. 2 o'clock on Saturday should be the best couple of hours of the week for them, and that's a bit of a theme we're running with this year, and we're enjoying that. There's a few hurdles, but as long as I get effort from them each week, which is one thing that's a non-negotiable, then I'm reasonably satisfied. So, they've been a good group.
Well, Steve, once again, thank you for giving up your time, the first time in 2025, for joining us on pre-game. And look, good luck this afternoon to Noble Park. And if we don't get to see you again this season, good luck for today and the rest of the season.
Thanks, Brash. Appreciate it. Cheers, boys.
There you have it. Cheers. Coach of the Noble Park Football Club, Steve Hughes, always good with his time.
He is fantastic, and great insight too. And when you're coaching a young, developing team, it's a great challenge for you, I think, as a coach. And he's an experienced. He's been to a premiership. He knows what it takes. But to go back and bring the next group through, this will be the satisfying moment in a few years' time when these players have got games into them, and they're at the peak of their powers once again.
All right, gents, we're going to take our first break here on EFNL Game Day. It's a big King's Birthday weekend clash. It's Balwyn versus Noble Park, and we come to you live from Balwyn this afternoon. Come to you from Radio Eastern 98.1. and live on Facebook and our YouTube streams.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back. EFNL game day, big King's birthday weekend clash between Balwyn and Noble Park down here at Balwyn this afternoon. We've had the two coaches on, Brenton Sanderson and Steve Hughes, who have given us some great insight into the clash this afternoon. We're in the middle of our Division 3 preview for this afternoon, and we're now up to the game between Ferntree Gully and Fair Park. And my early figures tell me, gentlemen, that on paper, Ferntree Gully are a 5-goal better side than Fair Park, and have been for quite a long while. Can we make the case for Fair Park to pull off an upset this afternoon, or will the status quo stay the same?
Yeah, find it hard to make a case for Fair Park this afternoon. Look, they've had some really good performances of late, and they've been a much improved side. You know, they've sort of pushed a lot of sides, and then they've been able to get over the line in a couple of games as well. But I think they're coming up against the Ferntree Gully team. You know, we know how good Jaden Stevenson is, and he's going to simply be probably the difference in this game. But look, Ferntree Gully, it's a really big game for them because they cannot afford to drop this game. If they do, it'll really put them behind the 8 ball going into the back end of the year, and it'll make things a little bit difficult for them because there's other teams really starting to make a bit of a run, like as we alluded to earlier with teams like Oakleigh District. So really important for Ferntree Gully to start to put some wins together and really signal that they're going to be a team that's competing for a final spot. But a really important game for them. They can't afford to drop it.
Well, they have lost their last two.
Yeah, that's right.
Scotty.
Yep.
Against Oakleigh District and Sylvan, and on previous year's forms, you would have penciled those 2 wins in for Ferntree Gully. So Spider's right. Even though Fair Park are not going as well as what they would hope, this could be it could be another banana slip game if they don't bring the intensity and effort to the contest.
They have to. It's not like it's not the forgiven that they're going to get the 4 points, and probably for Ferntree Gully it hasn't been their best season either. So if they're not sort of delivering, but like sort of Spider's saying, it's a really crucial 4 points for both sides. Mind you, obviously then Fair Park's still that game behind with Coldstream. Coldstream's on 4 points. If they get the win, they jump ahead, and it puts the pressure back onto Coldstream. And also, just while we're looking at the ladder, and we were just talking about that game with the Basin and Oakleigh, that's really big as well for points as well. For Basin, goes to 20, puts them up into equal fifth then with Sylvan, and gives that gap with Oakleigh. But then if Oakleigh get the win, it sort of gets them back into the fight. So look, going away from obviously that game, but I think Ferntree Gully, I think Fair Park's only had that 1 win with the 1 point, a huge win, like against a quality opposition. So to get those 4 points, and like I've sort of spoken about throughout all of today, it's finding those 4 points when you probably don't expect to get those 4 points. For Fair Park, they just have to find them because they are obviously the bottom of the ladder team. So where does those wins come from? Today, it's definitely an achievable goal for Fair Park, but I think Ferntree Gully gets the 4 points.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, I look at Fair Park and look, They've suffered not only from injury, but they lost some quality players in the off-season.
Well, that was the big problem, and that was always their challenge. Once they lost those players, we know Rankin went from the club and gone and joined Doncaster East. A high-quality player like that, well, there's a massive gap in your team. So they haven't been able to replace those players, and they haven't had the depth coming through their list. So that's always going to be a challenge for them, whereas Ferntree Gully, yes, they lost some players themselves, but obviously the big addition of Stevenson during the pre-season and signing, he's made some significant impact, and but it can't all rely around him. But these other young players from Ferntree Gully, they have to step up as well in what is a really crucial game for them.
The only other thing I was going to say when sort of looking at the ladder was obviously Ferntree Gully's defence is really good. Like for where they're positioned on the ladder, 584 points against. They've been quite good for where they are compared to Oakleigh 755, Coldstream 779, and Fair Park 817.
Just to be in a bit of their scoring, Ferntree Gully.
Oh, definitely. It's definitely within that realm, and that's the thing. But again, they're not sort of embarrassed of where they are, but they're obviously not in that top 4 sort of top 5.
They don't hurt you as
position.
much.
No.
They don't hurt you that much. So there is that reliance on Stevenson when he's kicking a lot of their goals from that midfield.
Yeah. But for them to have that experience again is great.
I think they'll be playing on the bottom oval at Furniture Gully because the main oval's out of action at the moment.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. So that's a bit heavy on foot, that ground.
Yeah.
I think if Fair Park can turn this into, how do I say, one of
a dogfight?
Yeah, the old-fashioned man-on-man contest. Right, they're right in it.
Well,
but I think it's going to come down. I just think Furniture Gully with Smythe and
Smythe's having a good year.
Yeah, and Stevenson, just that class will probably get them over the line. And I'm going to tip Furniture Gully. I think they'll win. I still think they'll win by about 5 goals.
Yeah, I'd say around about their 5 to 6 goal mark as well. Yeah,
Scotty.
Yeah, I tip Furniture Gully. They're probably not 5. I'll go with 3 to 4.
Last game set down for discussion. It's probably matched it around in Division 3 this afternoon. Knox are at home at Knox Gardens Reserve to Donvale. Donvale coming off a 19-point win last week, while Knox were challenged last weekend. And it's an interesting game set down for decision this afternoon because I think Donvale got beaten there last year. It was one of the very few losses that Donvale had last year, but I think the ground conditions weren't conducive. But that being said, Knox are a hard team to beat on their home ground.
Yeah, they like to play there, don't they?
Spider, do you think they're going as well early on this season, Knox? Or are they flirting with their form?
Their form's certainly been patchy. So they started the season okay, and then they've had this block of run where they dropped the game against Fair Park, which we just alluded to. Their form, the Coldstream game, they just got in that Coldstream game was one that. Was very close, that 13 points there, and then obviously, they've had that opportunity. So, going to this game, it's going to be a big challenge for them. So they're going to have to play well for 4 quarters. They've had players coming in and out of the side. They've had some injuries along the way, so Steve Buckle would be frustrated with that. Hasn't been able to put his best team out there for a number of weeks now. Getting a few players back, so that's going to be a challenge for them in this game. But if they can get get that full territory game going again, if they can get some of that offense going and some of that transition from defense, it's going to really be important for them. But as we talked about earlier, Donvale, they just hurt you on turnover. So that's something they've got to be really careful and mindful about today. And Donvale's midfield, that worked really well, particularly in the first half last week. So they've got to be up for the fight, Knox, and ready to play this week. So going to be a really interesting game. I don't think there'll be too much in this game. I think it's going to be pretty close for the bulk of the afternoon. I think in the end, Donvale might just have the weapons to get over the line. But Knox, they'll need a bit of an improvement going into the back half of the year if they're going to be a real contender come the back end. So I think Donvale, but I'm still have some confidence that Knox are going to be there when the whips are cracking at the back end along with Scoresby.
Scotty?
Yeah, I think I guess the concerning thing is sort of Knox. Obviously, that game, the second game they lost was against Scoresby, and that was in round 4.
Well, that was the one they got thrashed in.
Yeah, and that's quality opposition when they were playing good footy leading up to that and after that. And then, like you said, Spider, they sort of had that drop off. So that's probably
13 points at Coldstream. It didn't look great, but it was a competitive effort from Coldstream. So probably,
yeah, and they've got the 4 points where they can. So you give credit to them. But I think to be Donvale, you have to be playing your best football, and obviously that's showing. I know they play well at home, but I just think Donvale, the way they're going at the moment, they're a scoring machine.
Who's going to stop Ethan Duncan? I mean, after last week, he just, was just terrific. He's just got so much power. He's just so athletic. He's just hard to move, and it's going to be interesting to see who's going to get the job. Will we get the job? And
I was just going to say they're sitting on 886 points at round 9, and I know obviously there's probably a few ones where they've had blowouts and whatever else, but I just think they're just an exceptional side, this year and years gone by as well.
Yeah, and Donvale have had some injuries. Haig and Rouser have been out of the side. Rouser, obviously with his wrist injury, didn't play last week. And
if people think he's, from all reports, he's not coming back into the side anytime
soon.
soon.
No, that's right.
So, and Haig looks like he might be out for maybe a couple more weeks.
So it's going to be interesting to see how that ruck matchup goes today. If Hanlon can get on top, there's a possibility. But, as we know, that midfield battle today is going to be really important to the game. But I also think the way that Steve Buckle, his team defends is also going to be crucial to this, to the chances. Can they isolate? Can they close down that Donvale forward line that just has that multiple scoring power?
In terms of scoring, I look at both these sides, and there isn't much between. Pardon me. Season on the scoring side of things.
What's the Oracle say about this game? Do we have the Oracle for this at all?
The Oracle had picked, I think it was 106 to 98.
Oh, yeah.
But that being said, I think that would more be...
If Donvale winning, if Knox are winning this game, I think those scores might be a little bit lower.
Well, I was actually thinking those scores that the Oracle are based could be based on a dry surface. So if I'm looking at that, and I've had a look at the game myself, and I've tried to make pros and cons. The fade out, I couldn't ignore the fade out of Donvale last week because they couldn't afford to do that today because they'll get run over.
Yeah.
However, that being said, I don't think that they will allow that to happen again. I think it was just an aberration. I think the game is going to be a lot closer. I think this will be an 80 point to 72 point game, and I'm going to tip Donvale by 8 points.
I don't think it's going to be an arm wrestle.
I think it's going to be a real arm wrestle, and I think that the conditions at Knox Garden won't be picture perfect either. So I'm expecting a real tough, uncompromising contest this afternoon.
I think Lee's saying rain's sort of supposed to hit around now-ish to about 2:30, or maybe 2:30, and then I'm not too sure how much he predicted on his radar. But yeah, there's definitely going to be a wet ball to start with, I think.
Gentlemen, we've got 3 or 4 minutes left before we pass the reins to the commentating team for this afternoon. What are your thoughts quickly on how the season's progressed, Scott?
Oh, look, it's been a really interesting season. I think amongst sort of all sort of divisions, it's sort of, there's never been, I feel like lately, especially in those sort of Division 2, Division 3 sort of areas, where teams are fairly sort of equal and fighting for that sort of top position. There's no one real sort of standout, which as a neutral you enjoy, a lot more. If it's your side, you probably want them to sort of get the 4 points sooner. But look, as for a season, like I said, I haven't got to see as much as you lads over the last few weeks, unfortunately, just due to other commitments. So for today's game, I'm just looking forward to some really good Premier League footy, which I haven't got to see in quite some time.
Yeah, looking forward to that. And I think for me, Brash, it's just been the evenness of Division 2 has been so even. I think Templestone really got ahead in that game, and Blood Turner South have been definitely the surprise packet with the way that they've really performed in the first part of the season. They're giving themselves a real opportunity going into the second half of the season. We know in Division 1, obviously South Belgrave have taken the competition all before them, and Beaconsfield and Park Orchards are certainly second and third in the queue currently at the moment. And then in Premier, as we've talked about, like the East Ringwood now in some really good form after a little bit of a slow start. We've talked about Balwyn. Blackburn have started the season well, but I think the second part of this season is just going to be so interesting to see who can keep their players on the field, and the closeness of who's going to make 4, 5 and 6 position on the ladder, who's going to be squeezed in, who's going to get squeezed out, and then also at the other end, for the relegation race, can Mitcham find a couple of wins in the back end of the year to stay in? It's going to be interesting after Berwick. Some good weeks, but last week they were brought back to earth by South Croydon, who have put a few together in a row.
That was one quick question for you guys more so. With Mitcham coming up, and so what is the regular sort of where a team goes up into Prem? Do they go straight back down? Is that the often the common denominator?
No, it hasn't been the trend of recent times. No. And I think that's due to what we had, which was called the compromise draw, because of the way that it was set up in the past. Now that we're playing each other twice, perhaps that is putting a little bit more pressure on the team that's coming up. But I think Mitcham's biggest problem has been just a lack of a key forward and a lack of a key defender. whereas a couple of other sides that have come up have had pretty much everyone coming up and playing, and they've been able to go out and recruit players to the team. Mitcham have lost a number of players since winning that premiership last season, which has forced a bit of a turnover in the list.
Yeah, look, I think it's been an I'll say this, I think it's been a very interesting decision. Some results have gone the way I've seen them go, some haven't. Probably for mine, if you're asking me, probably my biggest disappointment is the way Division 1's panning out. I think it's panning out. That bye has basically really taken the sting out of that division, and the difference between the haves and the have-nots in that division is very prevalent, and it's been very prevalent early on. I think Division 2 is probably the Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde of all divisions this year. You can't pick a winner, or you can't pick a loser.
It's going to go right down to the wire in terms of final spots, but also potentially the relegation race. I mean, there's no clear team that's going down, and there's no clear team that's identifying themselves as to secure that sort of 4th and 5th spot. But at the moment, Templestowe is certainly setting the pace, and Surrey Park, they've started the year pretty good, but they're starting to find they've had a few losses along the way as well.
And finally, I just think at the moment in Div 1, East Ringwood, Balwyn and Blackburn are the trendsetters, and they will probably fight out the top 3 positions.
You'd think so. Yeah, I think so, and it's going to just be interesting to see whether Vermont can squeeze into the 5. Can they get some players back? Number of players out injured at the moment. Roval, can they get a bit more consistency in their game? So there's going to be some challenges. And Doncaster East, who we've thought that they're going to make a move, but then when they look like they're going to make the move, they have a little bit of a setback of a loss. But I think in the back end of the year, we might see Donny East play some pretty good footy.
Well, gentlemen, that's pretty much done and dusted for another week. When we come back after the break, the core team assembles for the big clash, the big King's Birthday clash between Balwyn and Noble Park, coming to you live on Radio Eastern 98.1 and streaming all around the world on YouTube and Facebook.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
"Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers."
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Balwyn Park for the King's birthday match in Premier Division between Balwyn and Noble Park. The rivalry continues between these two sides as Balwyn look to consolidate their place in the top four and Noble Park hoping to get a scalp to get their season back on the tracks. My name is Jared Beanland, commentating today, and the man riding shotgun with me, the media manager of the Eastern Footy Netball League, Ryan Long. How are you, Ryan?
Good, thank you, Jared. Great to be out here at Balwyn again. We were here a couple of weeks ago for the senior women's clash, and obviously everything going along really nicely for the Balwyn Football Club with the women's program up and about, and then the men's have just started to find some form in the last 4 weeks, and they're going to take a lot of beating today. And there's a couple of changes in Noble Park, which we'll touch on in just a moment, some late changes there. But it's always a pleasure to come out here for King's birthday weekend, and they've thrown up some interesting clashes over the years. Sometimes you do think it's going to be a one-sided affair, and the visitors come in and knock off the other side. So there is certainly a lot to look forward to this afternoon.
Definitely, and hosting the fantastic pre-match show, Wayne Brasher. It was a great show, some very interesting interviews, and I thoroughly enjoyed listening to it.
Yeah, thank you, Jared, and yes, Spider and Scott joined me on pre-match, and it was very, very enlightening, and we all had a good time, and we got a lot out of the coaches, and so now let's see whether the players can put together what the coaches want them to do this afternoon.
And alongside Brash in the special comments chair, Matt Spider Lee. How are you, Spider?
Good afternoon to you, Jared, and all the listeners and viewers. Great to be on board once again, and really looking forward to the game this afternoon. Promises to give us a little bit of an indication of where both sides are at the moment. Obviously, Balwyn getting a bit of momentum coming into the middle part of the year, and Noble Park looking to build upon, what Steve Hughes spoke in the pre-game, just try and build on some things that they've been working on over the past few weeks.
And of course, this is not the only match happening around the eastern suburbs today. We've got quite a few, a shorter list of matches today, but Wayne Brasher will bring you the scores as we go through.
In fact, we've got a game that started 20 minutes earlier this afternoon. It's Oakley District and the Basin, and so far it's 2-2 apiece.
2-2 apiece. Okay, thank you very much for that. As we are, the reserves match today was a little lopsided, wasn't it, between these two sides? I think I saw a 90-odd score versus a single-digit score as I was walking into the ground.
Well, the hard thing about this for us in the setup, it's great setup up on the balcony, but we cannot see the scoreboard from here. No. So today we've got obviously the scoreboard if you're watching on the YouTube stream in front of us, but I never actually saw the reserve score. But they're going along very nicely, and it's a big challenge, as you said, for Noble Park, and a couple of changes too. And
yes.
Coming into the side, Anthony Marson, Abraham Isaac, they're the two inclusions, and coming out, Bodie Lambert out of the side as well as Lul. So a couple of changes there for Noble Park as we get ready for today's game. So look, the challenge is there for them. We've talked about the weather coming into this game, and at the moment, sun's out. The skies are not too bad, but we might get a bit of rain later on in this clash. So, we'll see how that all plays out. And of course, I don't know if he's down the boundary line just yet, but we do have Scott Hardy back with us this weekend.
Indeed. He is. I can see him indicated. I don't know.
Have we got you down at the boundary, Scotty?
I might have turned the gain up on the antennas. Hang on a sec.
We'll go back to Scott in just a moment.
Indeed. Well, Spider and Brash were obviously Noble Park come in here today as the challengers. What do we think they need to get done if they're to have a hope against Balwyn?
Well, I think the big thing for me, Brash, is they've got to bring competitive effort with their contest work. If they can do that, got to defend nice and strongly. Got to make sure with their ball transition that they can give themselves a chance to generate some score, which they haven't been able to do in more recent weeks. So for me, it's definitely related to if they can close down the midfield of ball and provide some contested ball for themselves and defend strongly. They're the key elements for them today, and that's what Steve Hughes alluded us during the pre-game, but also for Balwyn, it's using the ball better from defensive part of the ground, transitioning in connection, and trying to generate some more scorers. They've been trying to do and build on over the last few weeks.
I don't want to see Noble Park go too defensive and try and play too many blokes on matchups. They've got to play their own game, and they've got to show some flair and fluency. My main concern for them is their forward 50 set up, and whether they can put enough pressure to kick a winning score this afternoon, Jared.
Indeed, and let's check in once again with Scott Hardy, see if we've got him available on the boundary line. Might have some issues with his microphone, but the game is underway. Ryan Long in here to call us in.
So back in the middle here, King's birthday weekend, two traditional rivals. Balwyn Smith with an early disposal. He's run down in tackle. Riordan got a hand to it. Inside 50 for the first time. Go Noble Park in defence. Taking the mark there is Liam McDermott for the Tigers. Switches the play. Finds Young. As talked about in the pre-game, going to be important. Almost slipping over there was Pollock. And now he's caught and will be holding the ball. And a free kick here for Noble. Josh Stern. As the umpire gets a bit of feedback from the crowd in front of him. Healthy crowd out here today, we hope.
Yeah, it's a good crowd coming in.
Obviously, a lot of people go away for the weekend, but this
will
be
the footy fans are here.
That's right, and this would be the perfect start for Noble Park if Stern can put this one through. It'll be a tough angle. And we're right in front of this one. Kick is just to the right, so just a minor score, but Noble Park strike first, one behind. Balwyn yet to score.
Not a bad effort there from Josh Stern, especially winning the free kick for a pretty tenacious tackle on the in today for Balwyn, Josh Pollocks. As we are waiting on the ball to come back in. Assessing his options here is Young. He's going to go out to the near side, setting himself at the back was... that was Silvani, but McDonald wins the ball, bouncing kick towards Smith, however, who cut it off. Chain of handballs for Balwyn, able to work it out. McDermott hits up a man in Clark, sharing it round. Had to dodge one there, had to dodge around Riordan, but got the kick away, and the mark's been taken by Flynn Marshall on senior debut today. Kicks it towards centre half forward, knocked over was Anderson. Bit of a scrap there, but working it out. That was well done by Marson. Kick towards centre half forward for Noble Park. Murray went up. It's an open forward line right now if they can work it out, but the tackle was strong by Balwyn. And they'll win the ball back through McDermott. Getting it out to Wilson on the wing, and he's going to go wider still. Mark taken by Kempson, former Ram. Kicks it towards the arc for Balwyn. And just scrapping for it at ground level. It's going to be one out here by Fairbank, but Tillich interrupts it. Managed to find a little bit of space to get the handball over to Kempson. Kick back towards centre half forward, off hands. It's willing stuff at the moment. Anderson was able to get the kick to the leading Haley. Takes the mark. Oh, the umpire said he played on. Had to get the handball away. Noble Park will try and feast on this, but it's going to be wrapped up. And a forward stoppage for the Tigers.
So back in their forward half now, the Tigers. Ball up. Tap down. Noble Park looking to clear this one out. Able to do this efficiently. At the short option. And Keane takes the uncontested mark. Has McDonald in the middle. Goes back towards the boundary line, right in front of their own huddle. Coaching box. Short chip. Finds Keane again. Getting involved early for the Bulls.
Play on at the moment, Noble.
He's haven't got much ahead, and he's just going to go as long as he can and put it up to this pack, but a lot of Tiger numbers, and they're able to take this mark and move the ball along through Durden into the side today. Got off to Wilson. Wilson down to Marshall. Marshall working his way up the wing, handballing it into space, giving Young this to run onto. Young inside 50, hits Balwyn Smith on the chest. And he'll be in range to go back and have a set shot for Balwyn's first of the afternoon. A bit of an angle.
They did that really well, Balwyn, because they pushed all the Noble Park players to one side of the ground, got the out, and then created the run where they had four players on their own.
So Smith, from about 40 metres out, that kick is always going to stay right, and in fact out of bounds on the full. So no score as they remain scoreless. Noble Park 1 behind. Let's go down the boundary with Scott Hardy.
Yes, boys, there we go. No, we're still not. Oh, we're better. We're better. Sorry, boys. It's first day back Blues, so it's a pleasure to be there. The rain stays away.
Thanks there, Scotty. We'll hopefully hear from you across the afternoon down on the boundary. Hopefully the rain stays away.
Noble Park with the clearing kick out of their defence, but it was interrupted there by Balwyn. Fairbank working it out. And Balwyn back into forward 50. Mark taken. And we're just waiting on to see who this is. This is Nathan Oakes.
The one thing that I think Noble Park are going to have to do this afternoon, if they are going to win this game and stay in the contest, is they're going to have to play a high possession game and chip the ball around, because if they play long, they're going to get caught on the turnover.
Yeah, uncontested mark's going to be the key to this game.
5 goals in his 2 games for the year. That shot hit the post. So a second blemish for Balwyn. Sorry, the first blemish for Balwyn. The first shot was out in the full.
So hit the woodwork and they are on the board, 1 point apiece. Noble Park again will look to use this side of the field. Go down the wing, the broadcast side, as the kick towards the boundary line's been cut off. Great mark there from Will Lamont. Rising star for the Balwyn Tigers. Lamont back inside 50. Great intercept mark, and standing underneath that one, Taborski for the Bulls. Certainly said that probably the difference in pace between the two sides in moving the football. Still early days as big pack of players fly for that one. A great contested mark from O'Rourke. O'Rourke has the short option. Again, they just slowly just trying to make their way up the field. But they do maintain possession of the footy out at the half-back line here to the Bulls. Sells the candy to Charlie and goes down the line. Was in the direction of Napa and out the back, standing underneath that. Jamie Ridd, who's had a fantastic season, takes the mark on the chest and looks to take the game on, because Turner's by himself in the middle. Getting the handball was Tillich to Urban. Back to Bowen Smith. Bowen Smith finds Oakes, takes the mark, tucked in on the boundary. 70 out from home will send them back into attack again. Bit of a strong breeze out there and a free kick off the ball. Looks like Fairbank was held without it or pushed away.
Some of the key ball winners for Balwyn already getting involved. Urban being busy early along with Bowen Smith, and Ridd's getting a lot of it across half back.
Riordan took the outlet mark, trying to find a target inboard, but had to go wide there. Mark taken by Jordan Marson. He's going to go inboard, but it's all Tigers right there, and Sam Durden took the intercept mark, found Wilson further wide. He went inboard to Urban, sharing it round back to Wilson. Pollux is the option now across the square. Still trying to work it past the front of centre of Balwyn. Smith was the option, but did it go out on the full? Yes, it did. So Noble Park to take the free kick. They've had to be patient, the Bulls. Now they go inboard. That was a good trigger pull by Noble Park, and the mark's been taken by Liam O'Rourke, leading goal kicker for the Bulls this year. And he's going to have to be just as patient as they have been thus far to find a mark inside forward 50, but the intercept mark was always going to be taken in that situation by Lockie Young. Balwyn now to figure it out, going wide, switching up the play again, and it's Tillich who's worked his way up the ground. Good lead there by Haley. Did he take the mark or was he infringed upon? He was infringed upon. So he'll once again have to slow down the play as Noble Park got back into defence. So he's going to look for the corridor, straight into the centre of the ground. Oscar Lunny took the mark, handed it off, and now Balwyn, great lead up. And I believe this is Kane Turner. No, yeah, it is.
Young is absolutely having a picnic at the moment.
He is.
They're going to have to do something very shortly, Noble Park, because he's threatening to take the game away from them very, very quickly.
Yeah, it's that half-back line that are just getting so much ball use at the moment. They're just using that corridor, as we discussed pre-game.
130 games in the AFL for North Melbourne. Kane Turner has just kicked the 1 goal for the year thus far in the 6 games that have elapsed. That one is on point. And Balwyn get first blood. Brash.
Let's go to scoreboard.
Score centre.
Yes. Oakley District 2-3-15 leading the Basin, 2-2-14. Domvale 2-1-13. Knox yet to score. Upper Gully have got out of the gate here 3-3-21. Scoresby yet to score.
Ooh.
And the Gully, Ferntree Gully 1 goal 6. Fair Park 2 behind.
That'd be a big result if Upper Ferntree Gully were able to get the scalp against Scoresby.
Early days yet, Jared.
Indeed.
So back in the middle here, Balwyn 1-1-7, Noble Park 1 behind. We played just under 10 minutes into this first term. The Eastland match of the round. Thanks for joining us, Radio Eastern 98.1 FM. Ball comes out. McDonald has had a fantastic season. Just a high kick standing underneath this with Lockie Young. Balwyn have got all the numbers. The handball just missed the target. Now gives Noble Park a bit of a sniff with their defensive half. We'll get a ball up.
Just got to be careful when entering that forward line. Noble can't bomb kick. It's just not going to work on a day like today with that defence.
So the ball up. Anderson goes up by himself, and there's been a free kick. And it is going to McDonald. So probably a similar angle that Stern had earlier. So just inside the boundary line. There's plenty of feedback from both supporter bases in front of us.
It's going to be like that all afternoon, I reckon, Ryan.
I've got a great history, these two clubs, and this will be big for McDonald if he can put this through. Tight angle from about 40 metres out. Kick didn't look too bad off the boot, but it is to the right. So a minus score for Noble. They move to 2 behinds. Balwyn 1-1-7. 11 minutes gone first term.
Lockie Young to get the kick back in. He's going to go towards the outer side, onto the wing. Oh, they spilled each other a little bit there. The Tigers, Balwyn, were able to recover the ball. Sorry, Noble Park were able to recover the ball, that is, and find the inboard kick to Riordan. Elects to play on to Noble, has to step around one, was able to do so and get the kick inside forward 50. It's a 2-on-1 and a height at disadvantage for the Bulls as well, but they found it at ground level. Got a few options there. Tackle on Byford, and I think it's going to end up in a ball up. The umpire comes in and claims it.
Just got to be perfect when they get this ball entry in, Noble.
Yeah, just not clean enough at the moment, Spider.
That's right.
To the rock contest goes Alex Silvani. Comes out the back of the stoppage for the Tigers, but over the boundary line.
Boundary.
Let's go to Scott Hardy.
I don't really have much to say. I just need to do a check. I'll give you more as it goes, but it's sounding very good. High def.
Crystal clear, Scotty.
Absolutely. Big improvement on earlier. So Silvani will take the ruck contest for the Tigers. Was able to find Smith with the tap. And they're going to share it around through. That was Kempson. And Wilson received the handball. Managed to find a player, but he was in all sorts. The Bulls go for the tackles once again. That was a great tackle there by Jones, it was. Now they're able to recover it and come forward, do the Bulls. 2-on-1 situation again, constantly having the outnumber are the Tigers, and that ends up in a tackle and a holding the ball. Brilliant stuff by McDermott.
So McDermott been good early for the Tigers. Has the option back.
Really good.
Sam Durden. It's a luxury for this side to have someone like Sam Durden just walking this week.
Just walking off the street.
Yeah. He has a short option that he finds, and Wilson holds on to the footy before he makes the move down the field. Another uncontested mark, and slowly gaining territory are the Tigers. And Marshall right down the line. Two Bulls really went up against each other in the end. 13.5 minutes gone first term. It's Balwyn 1-1-7. Noble Park 2 behinds. Ball on the outer side, tapped down in favour of the Tigers. Still about 70 metres out from their goals. And the umpires are awarded a free kick, and it is going to that man, Flynn Marshall. He'll be able to send them back inside 50. He's got Charlie leading. Has the short option with Lamont. Lamont from outside 50 launches it. The wind carries that right, and taking the mark in defence for the Bulls here. Looks to be Jacob Noble. So Noble, short option, finds a teammate there in Broderick.
Broderick is going to, once again, have to be patient. Balwyn has been very good at cutting off the exits, but he finds an option in Dean Jones on the wing. That was a canny kick. So I don't think I'm surprised he took the mark, to be honest. And inside forward 50 for the Bulls. They're trying to centre it. Going after it now was Riordan. Gets it to McInerney. He's got a bit of a job to do here against two. Finds the kick. It was a spearing ball, but it was cut off by Smith. Smith plays on immediately. Oakes. Nathan Oakes led up the ground. Onto the wing. Short kick over the top. The Tigers working this one out through Tillig. Oh, spilt ball. They're going to have to recover it here. Tillig goes again. Ends up in a tackle. And a ball up on the wing. Still 1-1-7 to just the two behind. Balwyn leading. 15 and a quarter minutes gone in this first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. From that, it was Matthew Nelson, a high up and under kick, with the intercept mark taken by Pollux. He's going to play on quickly. Wilson, the kick was a little overcooked for him, so had to go back to recover it. Was able to find Durden, and now to Urban. Urban, wasn't a great kick. Noble Park were able to recover it. Bouncing ball, scooped up, and Durden caught in the tackle, holding the ball. Noble Park get another chance to send it inside forward 50. What's the method going to be here? They're going to try and find it over the back. Punched away from Stern. Finding it was Keane, but a lot of hands locked onto it. The umpire's going to have to come and break it up. Top of the goal square. Forward stoppage for the Bulls. Dangerous situation here. The Tigers are going to have to be on their toes. Make sure no one comes through and snaps the goal, but an easy clearance. Sam Durden bouncing ball outside of the defence. Trying to punch it back in there with the Bulls. And it's going to end up in yet another stoppage just on the arc.
That was just too easy to clear from the Bulls' perspective there. They've got to be better than that when defending in your forward line.
16 and a half minutes gone first term. Just the one goal in this game so far. Balwyn 1-1-7, Noble Park 2 behinds. They'll create themselves another opportunity. Smothered. Ball comes back. Fell through the hands of Molinaro. And we'll get a stoppage on the paint of the arc.
They've just got so many numbers behind the ball, the Tigers, at the moment, so they're just so well set up across the field.
But a big strength of their side. Ball comes out again, and they're going to clear this through Kempson into towards the middle of the ground. Picked up by Tillich. Swings around on the left. Then to the right. Bouncing footy in front of Silvani, picked up very nicely off the one hand. Looked to find Charlie Haley and got it off to Slimming towards the top of the square. Mark not quite taken by Marshall. Ball comes out. McDonald with the handball. Fairbank cut off by Urban in the long sleeves. Swings around and probably does the full 360 as he's wrapped up and got it away in time. But the umpire says holding the ball, so Noble Park take possession at centre half back. 17 coming up to 18 minutes gone in the first term. McInerney for the Bulls, centre half back. Again, it's been the slow play, but probably similar. We've talked about Noble Park defensively being okay, but that kicks turnover. Turn up. Off to Silvani, sells the candy, has Kempson. Kempson forward to Anderson, smart tap, back to Silvani, but Bulls have got numbers everywhere around the corridor, and they can really make something out of this if they get the ball movement. It's cut off again. Now a chance for McDermott. Back to Silvani, swings around on the right. His kick was smothered, and he ends up with the footy anyway. Couldn't quite control it as the ball goes towards the boundary line. Happy to see it out is Isaac. In fact, it stays in. And now Balwyn towards their centre half forward line, putting this Bulls defence back under pressure again. Tillich got the handball away, tap forward, cut off this time by Noble Park. Now they go down the field. And they've just got nothing ahead of them, so they can't be too quick, but the handball played on straight away, was cut off by Turner. It's just probably a poor decision in the end. Wayne Brasher's got some scores.
Yeah, Oakley District 3-3-21 leading the base at 2-2-14. Donvale 3-3-21, Knox 1 straight 6. Upper Gully 3-5-23 leading Scoresby's yet to score. Ferntree Gully 2-2-14 leading Fair Park 1-3-9.
So we've got a secondary ball up. Thank you very much for those scores around the grounds, Brash. Very interesting stuff going on, of course, in mostly Division 3 this weekend. Tertiary stoppage now, as the ball moved slightly towards Noble Park's end, but not much territory gained. Where's the clearance going to come from for either of these two teams? Anderson versus Murray. Anderson got it down to Urban. He was shoved in the back and will get the free kick. He's got Oakes leading. Wasn't quick enough to see him. So goes the short option. Mark taken. This is Young. And had the option of, this is Lamotte. Gets the handball away. They're not working in that much space of Balwyn, but he was able to make space for himself, did Haley, and kick it across the ground. So they're going to try and work the angles here. Mark taken by Wilson. Now it comes to, this is Rid. Tried to do the step around. Takes a bounce and a high ball towards the top of the goal square. Napa was in defence and was able to get the punch away. So over the boundary line it goes. We're into time on here in the first quarter. Thank you very much for joining us on FNL Game Day. Brush with some more scores.
Now you can see the definitive game styles between the two sides. Balwyn are trying to move the ball quickly, and Noble Park are just prepared to play a very stop-start game and try and deny Balwyn possession.
They are, and there's a little bit of overuse from Balwyn in that regard as well, forcing it.
Urban ends up with the ball, but was wrapped up. Umpire to take it. Back into the ruck contest. No clear winner. Smith crashed in, had hit a bit of a roadblock, and we'll have yet another ball up. Urban circling. It's Anderson, nearly got the tap away, but it was a good job there by Broderick, but it's going to come back, and the mark's been taken, and this is Tillich.
Good forward 50 pressure there by Noble Park. That was a really good tackle by Charlie Haley there. Made sure that ball came loose, and Balwyn were there to pick up the crumbs, and a well-placed kick into Tillich. They should score a goal here.
Yeah, great forward stoppage, and great work by both Haley there, and they should be finished off with a goal.
Jack Tillich on the siren as well. It was a very short quarter. Only 22 minutes as the number 22 comes in and scores the second goal for the Tigers. They move to 2-1-13. Noble Park, the two behinds. And we have hit quarter time here at Balwyn Park. Thank you very much for joining us on EFNL Game Day. We will be back.
Oh, just before we do go to break, we did have, I think our time started a little bit late, so potentially could have been a little bit more than the 22 minutes.
I think it was about 26.
Yes,
26, almost 27.
I don't think it was, probably only about 30 seconds I was off
by
the time I restarted it later on.
So Balwyn at quarter time lead, 2-1-13 to Noble Park, 2 behind. Thanks for joining us. Radio Eastland 98.1 FM, Facebook and YouTube. Don't go anywhere.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? Broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to EFNL Game Day from Balwyn Park. It's the King's Birthday clash between Noble Park and Balwyn. And right now at quarter time, it is Balwyn 2-1-13, leading the Bulls 2 behind. Brash, let's some scores.
Yeah, let's go to the scoreboard, Jared. The Basin have opened up a 16-point lead. Probably early on in the second quarter, Basin 6-2-38, leading Oakley District 3-4-22. Donvale 22 points up so far over Knox, 4-4-28 to 1 straight 6. Scoresby haven't hit the scoreboard yet, and they trail by 24 points.
It's a bit like last week.
Yeah, Upper Gully 3-6-24, inaccurate kicking, but Scoresby are yet to score, and the game down at Wally Chew Oval this afternoon between Ferntree Gully and Fair Park sees Ferntree Gully 2-5-17, leading Fair Park 1-3-9, Jared.
Some interesting stuff there, of course. Gentlemen, how are we seeing this game? Noble Park obviously are yet to hit a major. What are they going to have to do to actually start putting some scores?
I'm worried about their forward line structure, full stop, Jared. I don't know where...
Well, there's no target.
They've got no target.
Exactly.
They've got no target down there. And like I said, during the quarter, the only way they're going to win this game of football is they're going to have to play a high possession game and chip the ball around and make sure that they pinpoint and hit their passes to a lead, because apart from that, if they kick the ball in the air, you've got the height of Balwyn who are taking marks, but their back line is just running systematically. They're running in waves down through the midfield.
The interceptors are doing what they want at the moment. McDermott, Reid, Young, they're just collectively running through the lines and giving the opportunities. But it's just a little bit of they just need, if they can get the overlap run and not give too much. They're just going to make sure they don't overuse the ball.
And I think also too, Jared, that it almost seems like let's go boundary side.
I'd love to go over to Steve Hughes, but just comms aren't working out there, boys. But the message from him was he was impressed with it. He thought the pressure game was good. He liked the hands, but he wanted it just a little bit wider. He felt like it was too sort of close quarters, and that's where the turnovers were occurring. He felt like they just needed to make their move. Obviously, it's 2 goals, 1 to no goals, so they need to make an adjustment at some stage. But he was overly happy with what was going on. Just wanted a bit more from the boys.
Thank Thank you very
it's
much,
that,
Scott.
It's that turnover, isn't it? And they're giving them the corridor ball, and if they get that corridor, they can really make a mess on the scoreboard and really get that overnight run and that system going into their forward line.
At the moment, it's probably Noble Park's back six that are like it was 2
They're
weeks
holding
ago.
up,
They're just holding up, but it's just going to be a matter of how long.
Yeah, absolutely. They have the ability to frustrate Balwyn, no doubt, but not the ability to actually hurt them on the rebound, at least thus far. So, leading us into the second quarter here at Balwyn Park is Ryan Long.
So second quarter underway, Balwyn 2-1-13, Noble Park 2 behinds. Eastland match of the round. Getting the handball first was Riordan. Chevy Anderson throwing his weight around. Ball comes out, back to Riordan, got it off. And now Broderick inside 50. The kick though, straight into the hands of Sam Durden. So that's that forward 50 entry that they'll have to improve going forward. But they have looked at danger at some stages. Bowen Smith almost took the mark. Rid was at ground level. Picked it up, wrapped up by Nelson, and we'll get a ball up. So back in the middle of the ground, 30 seconds into this second term. Bourne just starting to find some form at the moment, winning their last 4 after a slow start to the season. Ball back in, side 50, a chance now for Byford, and Noble Park have their first. It clears Sam Durden's head, and it goes through for their first. 1-2-8 Noble Park to Balwyn 2-1-13 a minute into this second quarter.
Yeah, and that was because of a stoppage, really, and that was the first time they were able to win the stoppage in their forward line and create a scoring option. So that was well done, but Balwyn just on that occasion just weren't on that side of the pack. They went over the top of Durden.
1-13 to 1-2-8, minute and a half gone. And back into the centre. Napa versus Anderson will take to the ruck contest. Anderson able to tap it over the back to Urban. That was very good. Oh, running into a heavy tackle. And Stern laying it down, winning the free kick. So Noble Park with the chance to move forward once again. Where will Stern go with this? Goes wide. It's a 2-on-1 situation, and over the top came Pollux with a handy spoil. And it'll be a ball in.
And that's why they're struggling to kick a score, because they've got no key forward to direct the ball in, and they've gone probably to the worst position of the ground.
Yeah, it's indirect.
Back into play. Anderson with the tap down. Balwyn able to feed the handball out. Now Rid looping handball. Clever tap over the top by Turner. And it's going to end up inside forward 50 with a mark to Oakes. Good lead up by Nathan Oakes. Actually, maybe a little bit too far out to score. He looks intent on at least having a shot. Mouth guard in the sock. Who's in the goal square for either side to potentially make something of this. Oh, it's on its way. It's there. What a kick by Nathan Oakes. And Balwyn get a very quick reply to Noble Park's first of the game.
Jeez, got onto that one too.
He
That
did.
was
And when you get it in there quick, that's what can happen, and you give yourself an opportunity to score, and the defence can't get back. But Oakes on that occasion, he just sized it up and he went the full journey.
Tobin Brothers goal of the day, clubhouse leader. I'll circle that one because we always seem to forget by the end of the afternoon. But Oakes at the moment, the leader on that front. That's a fantastic kick from outside the arc, and a great start or great response to the Tigers. Back in the middle again. Reardon there for the Bulls. Marson. Napa.
Reardon's been good so far.
Do it all again. Another stoppage. Anderson for the Tigers getting the tap down. Kicking it forward there was Marshall. Juggling Mark, couldn't quite take it there. McDermott giving Noble Park a bit of a sniff. Big gang tackle in the back half. 2-on-1.
Boundary.
Ball up as we go down to the boundary with Scott Hardy.
Just want to watch for Noble Park. Jack Murray was proppy at quarter time. He's still on the bench. I can't sort of see from my angle I'm at whether his day's done or not, but it might have some strapping on that knee, so just wanted to watch.
Thanks, Scotty. We'll keep an eye on that one as wrapping up in a tackle there. Stephen Slimming has won himself a free kick to hold the ball. So at the half-back line for the Tigers. Just chooses to go back. Uncontested mark there from Lunny, who switches the play now, and they'll use the far side. Taking his time as Pollux, who works his way up the ground in the direction of Oaks.
That was too easy there by Noble Park.
Well, that was just a good option by Slimming to be able to...
Using the corridor, there's a dangerous kick. Look for Anderson. And now the Bulls have got all these numbers around the contest that they can make something out of this. Plaith will go back towards centre half forward and standing in front. In fact, it's Jordan Marson. Looks to go right and hits up a target. A little bit closer, but certainly a tougher angle.
I don't understand that kick, to be honest with you.
It's just a negative kick. It's just a nothing kick, yeah.
You're kicking from in front of goal. Why wouldn't you be going back for the kick?
So Scott McInerney will now take the set shot, potentially out of his range.
No, I think he could kick it, but I think they've just made it harder for himself to kick a major.
So it is a tougher angle from this side of the field, on the far side. So McInerney comes in, kick is always right in that wind. Yeah, playing a factor too down that end. So no score.
It's
in fact, it's snuck through for a behind, so just a minor score.
It's just not common sense footy. It's just not thinking about what you should be doing.
Let's go around the grounds. Wayne Brasher, what have you got for... Oh, sorry. Yes?
Yeah, we have.
Yep, we are.
Yep, let's go. The Basin opened up a 28-point lead here, 8-2-50.
May have to cut you off here, Brash, as Charlie Haley was the target in the forward line. That was Clark, wasn't able to use it effectively. Noble ended up tackled by Tillich, but Noble Park will escape with it if Fairbank's good enough. Oh, he's harassed and harangued towards the line, but Apostolou shoved over and will get the... Oh, will actually
that was a free
incur
kick.
The free kick.
Yep. Manhandled him.
Indeed. So Fairbank now...
He's got a decent set of ink on that leg of his, hasn't he?
Does indeed. Make it easy to identify it. Well, that in the long sleeves. McInerney spearing ball onto the wing. Oh, scooped up. That was good by Stern. And now McDonald sends it to a 2-on-2 inside Noble Park's forward 50. And the mark, that was a handy mark taken by Liam O'Rourke.
But that's the passage of play that they need. Like something like that gives them an opportunity to score. And O'Rourke, who has been a good contributor the last few weeks, gets a chance now.
They didn't overpossess it this time, Noble Park. McDonald, you want it in his hands when going inside forward 50, I would say.
It's very clean.
And so in comes Liam O'Rourke. 10 goals for the year thus far. Leading goal kicker for the Bulls. Can he make this one hurt for Balwyn? Oh, he's pushed it right. And just the one behind. 1-4-10 now the Bulls to 3-1-19 the Tigers. We've gone 8 minutes on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Although they
take your opportunities.
Yeah, although they haven't converted a couple of those, they will be happy with the way they've started this term. We've got some more scores around the ground.
Yeah, the Basin have kicked out of again here. 9-2-56 leading Oakley District. 3-4-22. Donvale 5-4-34. Knox 2 straight 12. Upper Gully 3-7-25. Scores but yet to score. Ferntree Gully 2-5-17 lead. Fair Park 2-3-15.
So Noble finds Broderick. Low darting kick hits his target, and it's Liam O'Rourke again. And he'll have a chance to reverse the last result and kick a goal.
Good work by Broderick, wasn't it, Brad?
Yeah, they've had the majority of the play here in Noble Park, but they just haven't put it on the scoreboard.
Yeah, disposals would be interesting this quarter. I think they've had a lot more.
They have.
Yeah, got to be happy with the way they've started. But they do need to start converting some of these set shot goals. O'Rourke missed from a similar angle just earlier. His kick, has he learned his lesson? He has. It snuck through for a goal. Noble Park moved to 2-4-16. Balwyn 3-1-19. 9 minutes gone second term. Great response from the Bulls.
Well, they've probably owned at least 7 of the 9 minutes, Spider. And, and they're still 3 points behind, but it's a more encouraging start to the second
Well, it is,
quarter.
and the method is a lot better. So when you bring the ball through that part of the ground and you kick it in there, you're giving your forwards a chance. And then on the last 2 occasions, O'Rourke's had that chance. So, and now it reflects on the scoreboard.
They didn't hang the kicks up into the air either to let the ball in tall defence get onto it.
No, that was well disciplined kick.
Charlie Haley into the middle of the ground now on McDonald at the moment, which is interesting. So I think that's something that Brenton Sanderson mentioned during the interview. Have a secondary ball up this time. Anderson with the tap. Sharp by Lamott. Bouncing ball. Tillig taps it. Oh, scooped up. And Lamott kicks the goal. It was Slimming in the centre that I called as Lamott. And Will Lamott puts on a great response for Balwyn. That was very clean, very quick. Efficient stuff by the Tigers.
Too many numbers by themselves, though, Spider.
It is, yeah. That was just unbelievable what Balwyn were able to do there, to get those numbers across, players free, and then in turn be able to hit the scoreboard. But that's the response that they wanted straight away, Balwyn, and they got it.
Marching back out to 9 points out here at Balwyn Park. 10.5 minutes gone, second term. Thanks for joining us. Radio Eastern 98.1 FM or on Facebook and YouTube streams. Back in the middle we go, and Silvani wrapped up. We'll do it all again. He'll win it out this time. Smart tap forward. Charlie dropped it, lost it. Noble Park will take possession of this. The ball will be going to Scott McInerney. He plays on straight away. They're looking to take this on. Reardon goes inside 50. 1-on-1. It was looking for O'Rourke, but beaten that time by Sam Durden, who out-muscled him and finds a target himself at half-back.
They want to work this one out. They're going to find the corridor once more. Handy option in there was Tillig. And he's got Charlie Haley floating forward. Fairbank's got a lot to do. It just went over the top of Haley. Can he kick this one? Taps it to himself. Fairbank rushes it over. The race was on, and Fairbank was fleet of foot enough.
I was waiting for him to kick it out of mid-air or something.
No.
Something was.
Well, he didn't panic, and that was the thing there, Fairbank, so you've got to compliment him on that.
Yeah, Fairbank doing very nicely there to be able to get that across. 4-2-26 Balwyn, 2-4-16 Noble Park, 10-point lead. 12 minutes into this second term. Out of defence there is Stern. All numbers for Balwyn. Silvani, one of those who takes the mark and will send them back into attack. Looking for Charlie. Lamott's out the back too. Almost there. Lamott picked it up. High kick. Punched away towards the boundary line and they clear it out. So we'll get a boundary throw in. Deep inside Balwyn's forward 50. Watch Charlie closely at this stoppage. He's got Toole to give him some company.
Trying to move a few back out of that forward line of the Tigers at the moment, just to crowd it.
Ball went over both ruckmen and out the back there was Marshall who clears it out towards the wing. Silvani going up against it. And they go back inside 50 again, the Tigers, so they do it all again. Charlie to fly, ends up with the footy. Ball going nowhere there, so we'll get a ball up inside the Tigers forward 50, leading by 10 points.
Can they create a forward stoppage goal from here?
Lamott to go up in the ruck. Good fly, but taps it straight down to Marshall. Haley stole it from him, ends up tackled by 3. And the boundary line intercepted what Jamie Kempson was trying to do. So another forward stoppage. Brash with some scores.
Yeah, the Basin by 40 points, 10-2-62, leading Oakley District, 3-4-22.
Thank you very much. Lamott gets the tap down, but sharking it was Reardon. Urban ends up with it, turning this way and that, and now to Lamott. Oh, great snapping goal on the left, and Balwyn put the hurt on the Bulls again. That's his second in the quarter, Will Lamott. And was had great presence of mind to be able to find his left boot. Wasn't looking at the goals when he did that, so great goal sense.
A bit of composure too from
Gee,
Urban.
and the crowd went wild with excitement there. I don't think I've heard a more quieter response to a goal than I've heard there.
It's more the expectation, I think. Yeah. But no, look, that was brilliant play by Urban. That was just a terrific presence one just to get the ball onto the boot and went through for a goal.
We're back in the middle again. Bulls looking to go forward through Marson. Jones, his kick was smothered. There's Urban in the long sleeves. So has Silvani, got a few of them. Did a full 360 to get the handball away to Kempson. Now forward they go. Towards centre half forward. Bouncing footy in front of Tilly. Got the hands off. Getting past one. Having a shot on goal here for Balwyn. Slimming has missed to the left, so just a minor score, and they now move to 5-3-33. Noble Park 2-4-16.
Just the last couple of minutes, Balwyn have put their foot right on the middle here.
Yeah, and Slimming gets the ball in his hands. He's looking dangerous.
Fairbank, Noble over the top. That was a great mark by Jacob Noble on the just on the defensive side of the near wing for the Bulls. Now he's a bit hemmed in here. Elects to go down the line. That is something that Balwyn has been able to feast on all game thus far. The kick, it was a little bit of a iffy one by Oscar Lunny. Silvani was able to recover it. Balwyn share it through hands and now get the clearing kick to Urban, who made himself an option out in front of Marshall. Trying to find the corridor. Molinaro cuts it off. And I think the umpire had called something here. I'm not sure. Oh, was it a downfield free kick inside Noble Park's forward line?
Bulls free kick too.
And so it's going to go to...
Tua? Not Tua.
No, that's... This is Josh Stern.
Stern, okay.
Quickly, Donvale 6-4-40, leading Knox 2-1-13. Upper Gully 3-7-25, Scoresby behind. Furniture Gully 3-6-24, leading Fair Park 2-3-15.
4 years of VFL experience with Frankston. 6 goals for the year thus far. Josh Stern pokes at it and pokes through the goal. Noble Park get the response there. 3-4-22 to Balwyn at 5-3-33. 16 and a half minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Just what they needed that goal, the Bulls.
Yeah,
absolutely. And when they do go forward this quarter, they have looked a little bit more dangerous with their method, so and with a little bit more purpose. But it's just a couple of turnovers that have been really costly.
Well, they've just been willing to take the game on a bit more in this second term, and it's paid off quite nicely for them. So I think we at quarter time probably were struggling to see where their goals are going to come from, but they've started just to put a couple on the board now and keep this game interesting going into closing into halftime. Still 17 minutes gone second term, so a lot to play. If they can get the next one, it'll certainly really help their confidence.
Boundary.
Let's go down the boundary, Scott Hardy.
Just a player to watch, Ben Silvani. Brendan spoke about him pre-game, saying he was going to play centre half forward. He's sort of forward pocket, went into the ruck, gone down the back, now he's forward. So crucial player to have in your side.
Yeah, certainly right. He's been involved today as laying the tackle there was Jordan Marson in the middle of the ground for the Bulls.
The interceptors for Ball not having as much impact in this quarter, which is a good sign for the Bulls at the moment.
So tap down, gaining some territory, looking to try and kick that off the ground was keen.
Because that's an area they were falling down in that first quarter. Just too much ball use for McDermott, Reid, Young.
Being able to just get back into this contest. Urban, kick over his head. Back in towards Tillig. Ball coming out. Jones bombs it forward. Cut off by the Tigers.
Balwyn, they're going to find Tillig. Oh, good contest by Noble. Couldn't take the mark, but it was off hands and he ended up with the ball. So over the top he goes. Now McDonald sends a flying shot inside forward 50. That one was nearly one for Durden, but the Bulls could end up with it. Swinging around the body, Broderick. Oh, what a goal!
See, I reckon that looked like a bit of a throw.
Yeah, that's what I thought too, but, well, we've got it up on the replay at the moment.
Yep.
Oh,
that's absolutely.
Got away with one.
Ooh.
I didn't want to say that, but that was a throw.
The one-handed just chuck it out of there and, well, they get a goal out of it.
You'll take it when you get it.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
So Broderick joins O'Rourke,
Boundary.
Byford and Stern with the one goal for the Bulls. Let's go down to Scott Hardy.
Just quickly, Jack Murray has got ice on that right knee. Refusing to put on a vest, though, which baffles me. You've got ice and you're freezing out here, but he's still there. But, yeah, I'd say his day's done.
So back in the middle again. The Bulls have got this margin back to now 5 points. They've kicked 4 goals to the quarter. Here's Reed. Slipped over and fell over, yeah.
Well, it's Reed and McDonald who have really got their hands on the ball, and also Broderick in this quarter that have kept them in the contest.
Yeah, they have really stood up in this term and starting to win a lot more of these stoppages and just creating a few more forward 50 entries. We'll do it all again. We'll get another ball up back in the middle, approaching the 20-minute mark of this second term. Of course, just the 5 senior games today. Here's Bowen Smith, caught one high. So what can he do with this possession? Smith last year's best on ground in the grand final, inside 50 in the direction of Haley. Oakes was at ground level, so was Turner. Left boot, high up and under, taking the mark in defence there is Isaac.
Isaac, bit of a task to find an option, because over the top there came, that was Lachlan Young with the punch away and the boundary throw in. So maybe wasn't the option that Noble Park were looking for. It was a 2-on-1 situation in the end.
It just looked easy to kill that ball.
Yeah, it definitely was. Hung up in the air a little bit too. And on the throw in, Napa gets it to McDonald, centre of the ground. He's got some work for him to do. Molinaro gets it back to McDonald, however. Bouncing ball, chasing it. Now Balwyn end up with it again. Inside forward 50 for the Bulls though. Stern, can he get boot to ball? Bouncing to the top of the goal square, and that was a high hit. And so the free kick will go to the to Noble Park, and I think this is Molinaro. It was a very, very clear high contact free kick by Smith.
There was no intent in that. I think the player just dropped his legs at the
right moment.
Right moment.
So Luke Molinaro. He's going to come in, and this is for the lead for Noble Park, and I don't think we saw this at quarter time, but they've achieved it, the Bulls. And they take it to 5-4-34 to Balwyn 5-3-33 in time on in the second quarter. And the King's birthday game rivalry, it does throw up some surprises some years.
Yeah,
it's
well,
the method, isn't it, Brack?
Yeah, it
It
is.
calls to ring the siren then.
No, well, but it is the method. They are using the ball far much better this quarter, and they're giving themselves a chance to score. In that first quarter, the interceptors for Balwyn had too much of a say. This term, they've been taken out of the game.
Dunvale 39 up here over Knox, 9-4-58. Knox 3-1-19.
Thanks there, Brash. Keep us updated across the afternoon with those Division 3 scores. Turner out the middle, got the handball away. Cut off now by the Bulls. McDonald on the left boot. Cut off by Reed. Reed dancing through traffic. Gets the ball on the boot in the direction of Lamont. Couldn't quite grab it. He's looking dangerous up forward at the moment. In fact, that was Oakes. So we'll get a ball up inside 50 for the Tigers. A trail at the moment. No one able to really get a clear tap to it. Here's Bowen Smith. We'll get another ball up.
Good tackle laid by Quaif there on Bowen Smith.
The Basin 10-2-62, leading Oakley District 3-4-22.
Napa straight to Smith from that contest. Kick off the ground was an interesting one for Noble Park. Ended up in the hands of Fairbank, who was ridden into the ground. And we'll have a ball up.
Upper Ferntree Cully 3-7-25, leading Scoresby 2-2-14.
23 minutes gone in the second quarter. Thanks for the scores, Prash. Coming to you from the many grounds around the eastern suburbs this weekend. Another ball up. Napa. Anderson was able to shark Napa's kick. Oh, Lamont, front and centre, snaps. Just the one behind. Very, very quick entry by Balwyn. And the Bulls not looking likely to stop those fast balls from becoming
it's hard, isn't it,
shots
Jared?
at goal.
Yeah.
Finally, Ferntree Gully 3-6-24, leading Fair Park 2-4-16.
Of course, Josh Allison's 300th game for Fair Park today. Played at multiple clubs, premiership player at South Croydon. Great story, that one.
Great achievement, isn't it?
So out of defence here is McInerney. Long down the line. Underneath this one to take the mark is Lachlan Young.
That'll make him eligible for the EFNL Life membership, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it will.
300 games.
Young dances around and sends this one in the direction of both Oakes and Lamont. Ball hits a deck. Turner. Stoppage inside 50 for the Tigers. Scores all tied.
Noble Park have done a really good job in shutting Charlie Haley out of the game here.
So the handball over the top from Oakes was cut off. The clearing kick is going to come straight back. The kick in hope by Marson. And
I'd have a go.
Potentially going to have a set shot. What's the wind down like there, Scotty, just quickly? Is he working with much?
Oh, it's blowing an absolute gale down here. I don't know which direction is going to push it, though.
Well,
I'd go right to left.
All right, that you've heard, Brash. Right to left. We'll be sending this from about 70 out. Got onto it.
Yeah,
just
cool.
to the
Goal
left.
line. Has to be someone there.
It's minus score 5-5-35. Ball into 5-4-34. But certainly had the distance.
Yeah, that was impressive by Lockie Young.
I do probably forget it is a pretty small ground, Balwyn.
That's true.
He's a long kick, Young, when he gets him on target.
McDonald with the kick in as the Tigers have just edged their way in front there by the point in the shadows of half-time. Now winning this contest was Keane, tackled, holding the ball. Smith was right onto him there and finds Slimming in the middle of the ground. Shares it round. Who's the option? It's Nathan Oakes, just over the top of him, and the mark's been taken by Isaac. So Isaac will switch the play up once more. McInerney.
He's had plenty of football, McInerney.
Been good, yeah.
Former Bayswater man. He tried to find Isaac once again, but he was just edged out of the contest, and Nathan Oakes is able to force the stoppage.
His brother was a good footballer, Wayne McInerney.
Yeah, he was, yeah.
So back into play it will come. Anderson, front of the contest. Napa got the tap down though. It's come to Tillig. Flying shot from the middle of a contest and just the one behind.
Out of bounds on the full.
On the full, in fact. So Balwyn still just lead by the 1 point.
So can't be too much left in the quarter. We're now 27 minutes gone.
Been a few more goals though this quarter, Ryan.
Yeah, that's true. 5-5-35 Balwyn to 5-4-34 Noble Park.
Whoa.
Big fly out the back from Young and he's given away a free kick. So Noble Park, it'll be that last goal kicker, Molinaro, to take possession for the Bulls. Been a great quarter for them and they'll be very happy if this is a scoreline going in at half-time. Underneath that one was Jordan Marson.
Boundary.
Let's go down the boundary with Scott Hardy.
From ground level, obviously, towards left of screen where Noble's kicking. It's definitely sitting up in the breeze once it sort of gets past that 30-metre mark. And we probably also need to get onto Matt Foddy, get some lights on this ground. It's starting to get dark over that side.
Yeah, it is a little bit down here at Balwyn. And yeah, it's not going to be the best lighting.
I got Donvale by 51 here, gents. 11-4-70, leading Knox 3-1-19.
That game's
Wow.
getting out of hand.
A big blowout. Donvale continue to flex their muscles. Back here, it's 1 point in it. Urban looks to take advantage of this, and it's going to come back. And in fact, it could be a Noble Park free kick.
25.
It is, and didn't return it back to him. And so
I don't know.
Napa will be potentially, he won't be in quite range. Got off to McDonald straight away towards the hot spot. No mark taken. Who's at ground level? Kempson. Get a ball up inside 50. 28 and a half minutes gone. Can the Bulls sneak home a 6 to the quarter?
It would be impressive if they were able to do so with the questions that we had asked of them at quarter time. Urban, however, spins away from the contest and gets the kick. Lamotte is there. Punches it. Running onto the ball was, I believe that's Kempson. But he's found his way over the boundary line with help from an opponent.
Basin 10-2-62, leading Oakley District 4-5-29.
So We'll probably be hearing the siren shortly. Can either of these teams put another score on the board and just give the opposition something to think about? No. It is halftime here at Balwyn Park. And currently the Tigers lead by just one solitary point, 5-5-35. Noble Park kicked all 5 of their goals in that second quarter, 5-4-34. So we'll be back with you shortly after this ad break with the halftime show. Thank you so much for joining us on EFNL Game Day.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Balwyn Park. It is the Eastland match of the round between Balwyn and Noble Park. And at half-time, the Tigers lead 5-5-35 to the Bulls 5-4-34. But all 5 of Noble Park's goals that came in that second term and has set up what could be an intriguing second half. Scott Hardy and Matt Spider-Lee also joining me on the half-time show. Scott, I'll start with you. You've had front row seat down on the boundary line and an interesting second term. I certainly didn't see them kicking 5 in a quarter with the way they started. Looked a little bit slow, but found some targets, found some options, and have started to win a bit more ball through the midfield.
Yeah, it's been impressive, and obviously from that quarter-time huddle, and again, apologies for listeners and viewers, I couldn't get Steve with comments. Yep. I was wanting to talk to him, but his message was pretty clear, and like I said, it was just putting that pressure on. He also sort of felt like in that first quarter, the press was probably just a bit too high, and that was allowing Balwyn sort of over-the-top sort of play. They've obviously shut that down, and their tackling pressure from ground side for Noble is really strong. Like I would
good at 10 around the ball, isn't it, Scott?
Yeah, I wish Ball was here for stats-wise, because I think the tackling pressure by Noble at the moment, it feels from ground level, is higher than Balwyn's. Balwyn probably are just playing that percentage sort of footy, finding that spare player, whereas I think I felt from the ground that Noble was sort of seemed to take it on. That hand pass game was there in that first quarter. Probably was a bit more cleaner in that second quarter, but a really nice response from Noble, and it just opens up a great contest of footy for us coming into the second half.
Yeah, and the ability, Ryan, to be able to kick the ball a bit more direct in with purpose with their method going into the forward and giving their forwards an actual chance to have a look at it. I mean, O'Rourke got a couple of really good looks at it in that second term. McDonald was really clean. Reardon was very good. Broderick was good through the midfield there. So the forwards and Stern as well was getting some looks. So they are getting their chances, and they did play well. So they were putting a bit of pressure, and the interceptors were virtually taken out of the game from the ball perspective. We didn't see marks to Reid, not as many to Young, and McDermott basically started that first term with so many intercepts. Basically was unsighted.
Yeah, it looked like almost a little bit of a different game plan in that second quarter. That first quarter, particularly in the first half, it was chipping it around, real slow play, and then when they did go forward, they were into the hands of guys like Reid and McDermott. So they'd cleaned up that a little bit and made the most of their opportunities up forward. Is it sustainable? Like, can they continue this into the second half?
Oh, I believe they can. Yeah, if they can do that in a quarter to turn it around. And like I said, they didn't really get a chance to sort of come into half time and sort of reset. It was just a message at quarter time to say, hey, we need to do these things. We need to do it better, and they did. I think the unfortunate thing for Noble is just those quick goals back to back. Like when they would kick, Baldwin would kick, and for most of that quarter, they shut them down in that back line or had good composure to get it back out into at least the half and make it a contest. I think for Balwyn, though, they've got enough talent up forward. There was times probably that they had the spare option. It just didn't go towards them. They got such big bodies up there when you compare them to Noble. It's a younger side, but I think for every chance, Noble's well within their right to believe that they can get 4 points from this.
Yeah, and they're flipping the magnets around a little bit, Balwyn. They're moving some players through. They're rotating not only players through the midfield, but through the defensive part of the ground, but then some players drifting forward as well. So they seem to be moving the magnets around to try and get different looks at it. Guys like Swimming and Urban and Smith are getting their hands on the ball, and they do look good at times, but sometimes it feels like there's a little bit of overuse, and they just can't quite connect with that overlap run at the moment, which is a little bit of a problem when they've gone forward.
And for Balwyn, Charlie's probably been a little bit quiet in the first half. The two that I look at that could break open in this game for me at the moment is Nathan Oakes and Will Lamott. Lamott had a couple of goals in that second quarter, Scotty, and Oakes has been a big presence up forward.
My one I was going to say was like I spoke about, Ben Savani. I think he's around the ground. He's got a great leap to him in that ruck contest.
Yeah, he does,
it's
doesn't he?
huge.
Doing some good things. Yeah, he's been fantastic.
But Brenton sort of spoke pre-game and said he'll be centre half forward, but I just haven't felt his role has been sole centre half forward. He's I personally would get everyone out for the moment, leave him as a sort of sole centre half forward, then probably have two back small forward pockets and see what happens from there and have those others a bit high. If he's jumping even at sort of 25 metres out, 30 metres out, not a true centre half forward, he's still going to take a ripping mark.
Yeah, and he's dragging his direct opponent up the ground with him, so that also works in the Tigers' advantage when he's in the play. So I think Fairbank's doing a pretty good job down back for the Bulls. I think he's certainly leading from the front. They're getting their opportunities to clear the ball a little bit more. Their defensive system has stood up, particularly in the first half. The Bulls, so they've been able to really crowd and pressure the ball and forwards at the moment. They haven't had some really clear looks at it, apart from a couple of those forward stoppages where they've been able to score.
Yeah, definitely. At the moment, it is 5-5-35 Balwyn to Noble Park 5-4-34. We do have some games around the grounds in Division 3, and obviously just the 4 with Coldstream and Sylvan. Their round 9 clash was pushed forward in round 0, if you want to call it that, pushed forward to the start of the season. So the 4 games in Division 3 today, and we've gone over this a little bit, but the Basin have skipped out to a pretty handy halftime lead, 10-4-64 to Oakley District 4-5-29. So Oakley got a long way to go.
Can they sustain it, the Basin? Can
I think they can
be there for the 4 quarters? Like we talked about it pre-game. Now this is their moment. If Oakleigh District, they'd be going into this game. We thought, they might in the next few weeks starting to build a bit of momentum. But at the moment, it feels like the Basin have really come to play in this contest.
This one's a real statement from Donvale. Bit of a surprise, 13-4-82 at half-time to Knox 3-1-19. That's a very handy,
that's not
63 points.
Acceptable. That's not acceptable for a team that's regarded as one of the
contenders
this season. Steve Buckle wouldn't be happy with that. But that just goes to show Donvale, when they are relentless, as we saw in the first half last week, they get possession of the ball and they get it into their forward 50, take the territory game on. They're very hard to stop. And last week in the midfield, they were dominant.
And Spider, last week it was Duncan that kicked 7. At half-time, Nick Murphy has 4. Duncan's got 2, and then single goal kickers across the board. So
multiple options once again.
It's good luck trying to stop that forward line come September.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for a lot of teams to do, I think.
That's right. Upper Gully got out the blocks early against Scoresby. They kicked 3 goals, 6-0 in the first quarter. At half-time, Scoresby have brought it back to 9 points. They still trail 2-4-16 to Upper Gully 3-7-25. So Upper Gully, they're looking to take a scalp. That's their next item on the bucket list this season. If they can do that today, they'll be really going into the second half of the season with a lot of confidence. Fair Park are in the contest against Ferntree Gully as well. Ferntree Gully lead 3-7-25 to the Lions 2-5-17 in Josh Allison's 300th game. And potentially in that second half, if that's close, there'll be a lot of people supporting him down at the ground. With a lot of sides not playing, you'd probably have a lot of former teammates down at the at Wally 2 this afternoon.
And getting
Spider.
the game on their terms too, which is important for Fair Park, as we spoke about pre-game. Ferntree Gully, they'd be a little bit concerned going into half-time. They need to get the game back on their terms to get some scores.
We're going to go to a break now. Just one word. Who wins?
Balwyn.
Yeah, Balwyn.
All right, we'll go down to a break. It is Balwyn at half-time, 5-5-35, leading to Noble Park 5-4-34.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Eastland EFNL Game Day, coming to you live from Balwyn Park. Thank you so much for the gents on the halftime show. You were listening to Spider, Ryan and Scott Hardy. Fascinating clash right now as Balwyn leading only by 1 point, gentlemen.
Yeah, interesting contest brewing in this second half. I thought Noble Park in the second quarter, they took it right up to Balwyn, and they actually beat them at times at their own game. And I just thought on the overall possession of football, Noble Park probably entitled to be a couple more goals in front, Spider.
Well, yeah, as we just alluded to, they had their chances. I mean, their method was much better. They went into their forward 50 a lot cleaner and gave themselves an opportunity to score, and really took the interceptors from Balwyn out of the contest in that term, and that's what they dominated in the first quarter.
Umpire holds the ball aloft and bringing you in to the third quarter action. Ryan Long.
Anderson with the hit out down at ground level. Urban got a hand to it. Anderson got off to Turner. Turner now inside 50 in the direction of Silvani. We talked a bit about him at half-time. Oaks snapping towards Tillich, picked it up, swung around the right, got the handball off to Bowen Smith. And was it touched off the boot? They're claiming it is, but it's all clear. And as quickly as you like, within 25 seconds, Bowen Smith gets the goal and puts Balwyn back in front by 7, 6-5-41 to Noble Park 5-4-34.
And that's the clearance that they were just so wanting at the start of this term, and to hit the scoreboard so quickly in the term, really gives them that impetus. But that would have been what Brenton Sanderson would have been demanding from his players to get momentum back in this contest.
And keep the ball moving which suits their playing.
Because when they get it moving like that, no one's going to stop them.
Will the Bulls answer, or will Balwyn continue to pull ahead? We'll find out perhaps after this secondary stoppage. Anderson with the tap down. Smith, who just kicked that goal, trying to ride the tackle, gets the handball away. Apostolou sharing it round. Smith again, working his way forward as Balwyn threaten once more. Into it goes Haley. He's changed into the long sleeves for this quarter. Reardon was able to stabilise Noble Park's defence. Kicker high up and under. It was nearly marked by Napa. Comes to ground level. And there's going to be a ball up.
A few of the Balwyn boys in the long sleeves.
There's a lot of them, isn't there?
Yeah. Bowen Smith's always in the long sleeves, but
it's a good looking kit with the long sleeves, I have to say. So from the contest, Noble Park spread it wide, looking now for Marson. Can he control the ball? He's got Pollux for company. Happy to just walk it over the boundary line. Oh, they called deliberate. Pollux. So he'll take the opportunity, go inboard, and it's cut right off by Quaife.
Well, he had no intent in keeping.
No, he didn't. It was pretty clear.
So Bulls still come out okay because Quaife took the intercept mark, goes down the line. All the numbers here for the Tigers to send it right where it came from. A one-on-one contest. Ball hits the deck. And the pressure from Fairbank. We'll see a ball up. Centre wing, far side out here at Balwyn Park. Two traditional rivals going head-to-head on the King's birthday weekend. Noble Park moving the ball towards the half-forward line. And a free kick awarded. It's a high free kick. It's going in the direction of the Bulls. So they've got over the top is Stern, if you could get onto that one quickly, but he's going for goal. He's happy to have the set shot. We did see the wind has just picked up as soon as I'm speaking as well, so
it's going to make it a tough kick.
He'll certainly be in range. Be kicking from outside the arc. O'Rourke.
It'll still be going right to left here.
Can he get onto this? It's a good looking kick, and it is just to the left, so a minor score. That moves Noble Park to 5-5-35, trailing Balwyn 6-5-41, 3.5 minutes gone third term.
Can Noble Park lock it in? Give themselves another opportunity. Lockie Young to bring it in for the Tigers. It's going to go the far side. It was a bit of a miss kick, I thought. It definitely was. It went out on the full. The target, I think, was meant to be Wilson. But Noble Park will send it back in. Searching for options. Where's the lead going to come from? It was a good lead by Stern. Comes out, presents well, slips through his hands though. Tries to get the handball away into space, reared onto it. And he was tackled by two. Ball up. Left half forward for the Bulls.
Late in the third term, Oakley District have got it back to 21 points. The Basin 10-4-64, leading Oakley District 6-7-43.
Interesting scores. Thank you, Brash. As I think found its way over the line before McDonald just threw his boot at it. So we'll have another ball in. It's up to a spectator to retrieve it.
He didn't seem too happy about that too.
No, he didn't.
Oh, well,
Boundary.
Tough.
Let's go down to Scott Hardy.
That was because the boundary umpire threw it back, and whose job is to get it back on the full. Couldn't.
Back into play, Napper and Anderson. Napper, good tap down. Throwing a boot at it was Reardon. Pollux was the stopper. Hand-to-hand combat. Marshall from the boundary line. Gee, that would have been a miracle, but out on the full.
One towards my van.
They keep pressing Noble Park, and the thing is that Balwyn just can't get the game on their terms at the moment. It's like every time that they look like that they're going to find free air, they're not getting it.
Yep. And they'll be very pleased with that, Steve Hughes and everyone down at the Noble Park coaching group, as Durden looks to clear this one out the back. It's going to come straight back. The mark is taken and sending it back inside Noble. Looking for Marson over the top. Got some numbers. Byford got the handball away. High one towards the top of the square. It's gone through for a goal.
That's Reardon, I
think. What a fantastic finish. It is Reardon. And it just looked like it was going to fall short, but...
it was a floating mongrel.
Well, it was. And it was something out of
high.
nothing. And that's right. But it was really good play in the end by the Bulls. And they forced the ball forward, and in the end, Reardon just took advantage of it.
I watched that way up in the air, and it was just a light little wobble. There was no spin to it at all.
Boundary.
Scott Hardy on the boundary line.
Yeah, and that's what Noble's got to use, that breeze that's assisting the right of screen. We've seen, obviously, to the left it's holding up a bit more, so they just got to use it to their advantage this quarter.
Scores we have hit the front 4-5-29, Upper Gully 3-8-26.
Turner ran into a roadblock and was taken high from that contest. So Balwyn now with the opportunity to send it forward. It was just a chipper to Slimming, who's going to try and find a target in the pocket for the Tigers. Great mark taken by Oakes. Under a lot of pressure. No,
Big Will Lamont.
Well, he spotted him up there.
I went the other way last time.
He spotted that well, identified the player running into the space.
Donvale 14-4-88, leading Knox 3-1-19.
That one might be over.
Put it in the deep freeze.
So you're definitely happy with your decision to come here today?
Yeah, absolutely.
Ryan?
Just had his arm twisted a bit.
Will Lamont lining up for his third. Oh, it's straight as an arrow.
I reckon you've got to put that one down as a goal of the day contender.
Tough angle to negotiate, and Will Lamont makes it look easy.
Yeah, well, between him and Oakes, they're both looking very dangerous at the moment up forward for them, and I think they look like the guys that could break the game open in the second half, but the margin at the moment's at 6 points, and we probably didn't see this one coming, that it would be this tight at half time or in early stages of the third quarter. Now the question, can Noble Park stay with Balwyn, keep responding?
They've got to keep on a guy like Slimming, because if he gets that much space, like just running up and down that wing, no one's going to really go near him.
So back in the middle against, looks like it's a free kick against Chevy Anderson. So Napper take possession of the footy here. Waiting for, it looked like he was looking for a runner to come past, give the handball off, but just goes inside 50 out the back. Great mark taken, and Chevy Anderson getting back defensively to get a piece of that one. That should be play on now as he stepped off his mark. Looks to switch it towards the far side. Getting a fist to it there was Marson. getting it out of bounds in front of our sponsor signs.
Ferntree Gully 3-8-26 lead Fair Park 3-6-24.
Thanks, Brash. We'll keep an eye on those across the afternoon. A couple of close results in Division 3 and a couple of blowouts as the Tigers look to link up through the middle. Red spun around the right and just launched a high one in towards the middle of the ground. Plenty of numbers here for Noble Park. If they can make this work, Quaife was wrapped up by Slimming and will get a ball up in the middle of the ground.
Scoresby by 9, 5-5-35. Upper Gully 3-8-26.
From the stoppage, Napa took front position, but Smith ended up with it and with the free kick. So, chipping ball, diving mark by Oakes. Maybe a kick and a half from home. If wind assisted, he may actually be able to go the distance.
They go left to right here.
Nathan Oakes kicked one goal thus far in the game. And I think you were right, Brash, because he started at middle and it went right. And just the one behind for the Tigers. They moved to 7-6-48. The Bulls 6-5-41, nearly 10 minutes gone in the second quarter.
So Noble Park to take the kick in there 10 minutes into this third term and trailing by 7 points. And they'll go towards us on the broadcast wing. Looking for a teammate there in Noble. And they're calling for deliberate here again, the Bourne boys, and they're not going to get it this time. It'll be a boundary throw in.
Domvale 15-4-94, leading Knox 4-1-25.
That margin continues to blow out. Incredible what Domvale have been able to do over the recent years. Ball back in, out here at Bourne. It's going nowhere, so we'll get a ball up. About 70 out from the Noble Park goals. Trailing this game by 7 points. Bourne are yet to really put away a side this season. Mitcham's probably the only one they've beat comprehensively. So
I did sort of pose that sort of question in an indirect sort of way to Brenton Sanderson this afternoon.
Absolutely, as Silvani with the tap down back in the middle of the ground. Interesting to see where he will play for the second half of the season. Second half of the game.
Really? Yeah. Exactly. Taking the ruck contest this time. Kick off the ground, clears the contest for Noble Park and sends it inside forward 50. It was O'Rourke beaten to it by Durden, and we'll have a boundary throw in right in front of us. Noble Park could manufacture something here. They've been able to scrag unlikely goals here and there throughout the game. And here's a good opportunity. So Silvani to take it. McDonald took the ruck contest. Smith, who's starting to work his way really into the game, got it to Urban, but he was swamped by 3 Bulls. So
that's the sort of pressure and the blueprint they want to see.
Yeah, it's just that intent that they've come with today, the Bulls.
I don't know about that. He didn't have a prior opportunity. He just turned
really?
around. He turned around and they were there.
It was red hot, but there is intent.
Oh no, I think he walked into trouble there. That's definitely gone.
Ferntree Gully 3-8. Ferntree Gully 3-8-26 lead Fair Park 3-7-25.
So Dean Jones was the man who ended up with the free kick.
Can't do
not the cricketer.
No, not the cricketer.
He was pretty handy.
Was he? What?
Going for his first goal of the year. And he's going to send it home. What a kick by Dean Jones, and they're getting into him now.
Straight
and it is.
And
it is on. The sparks are flying now.
Well, when these two come to play, it doesn't matter where they are on the ladder. It always turns out to be a titanic struggle, doesn't it?
Well, when you think back to this time last year, we were at the same game, and it was not too dissimilar. But
No.
And in the end, Bourne overwhelmed them. But they're having a real crack here, the Bulls, and you've got to compliment them.
I think it was 10-15 last year to 7-8.
Free kick out of the middle of Anderson. So moves it along to Charlie Haley. So I'm not sure what that was for, but it's given the Tigers an opportunity. Going backwards there was Young. Back to Charlie. Charlie Haley goes towards boundary side. Big collision, and there's been a free kick.
It's going to get real. I can see this game's going to get real willing.
which...
Have a look at this. This was...
And it's a 25-metre penalty, so there's a lot going on at the moment on field.
Boundary.
And I believe Scott Hardy potentially may have seen something.
Oh, it's just the initial free kick was an unrealistic attempt at the mark, and then it was just probably talked back to the umpire, I'd say.
So Apostolou will be marched forward. Bit of an angle. He wants to play on straight away and kick the goal, which he does, but he's going to be told to do it all again.
I mean, he got it. So
he did. Ball came back. It wasn't.
He hadn't set the mark there.
So he snaps around and does it.
He does the same
Deja
thing.
vu. And Balwyn get there 8-6-54, leading Noble Park 7-5-47. Apostolou's first of the afternoon.
Do you reckon he counts that as 2 goals for his stats?
You can try. You can try and get away with that.
On the scoreboard it goes 1, but it's just they're just got to hold their discipline here, the Bulls. They are in this game. They are frustrating the Tigers, so they've just got to make sure that they keep this level of intensity up in their method.
I missed what happened in the middle, Jared, where Chevy Anderson got a free kick straight away. That's super disappointing for them after kicking a big goal, getting the scores level, and then giving Balwyn a bit of an advantage there.
It seemed too quick to have been a 6-6-6, so I reckon it was a remonstration from before.
I think so. I think Lee's right there with that one. That was my guess anyway. As we'll have a secondary ball up, as it went nowhere from the first one. Silvani now in the ruck. Who's going to clear this one? Marshall. He's got to control it at ground level. Lost his feet. Silvani ended up tackling. That would be Molinaro.
Scoresby by 16, 6-6-42, leading Upper Gully 3-8-26.
Silvani fighting for front position there. Actually managed to win it. And the tap. Kick off the ground by Noble Park, though. It's going to come forward. Taken without it. Pretty clearly was Jordan Marson. So the Bulls will go forward.
Very crude tackle there.
Yeah, not great. I think it was Tom Wilson. At least he's the man on the mark. So Marson sends it to the pocket. Putting himself in the way was Young and also Durden. And it flew over the boundary line for a throw-in.
Ferntree Gully by 7, 4-8-32, leading Fair Park 3-7-25. Donvale 15-4-94, leading Knox 4-2-26.
That is a blowout there. 1v3 matchup as well in Division 3. Silvani tried to take it out of the ruck contest, couldn't handle it. Will end up at the bottom of the pack, and we'll go again.
Oakley District getting it back to 15 points, 10-4-64 the Basin. Oakley District 7-7-49.
Anderson this time back in the ruck with the tap. Trying to work his way out was Broderick. Whistle is gone, and Broderick was caught holding the ball. Urban to take the free kick.
Just tried to do a bit too much.
So, the intensity in this game is lifted in this quarter. A healthy rivalry between the two clubs. Urban goes towards centre wing for the Tigers. There's Rid. Down at ground level. That's a high kick. Be a hard one to mark. A lot of players go up for it. Noble Park get the clearing kick, but it's cut off. And now Kempson through the middle of the ground. Can hurt him on the transition. Hits
Good
up
kick.
a target at half forward. Apostolou towards the top of the square. Big mark. And Tilly will now line up from directly in front to extend the lead.
That was just excellent play by Kempson.
Yeah, Kempson, and then a great mark from Tilly against two defenders.
I'd almost
hold on to that.
If we were given a mark of the day, you'd have to put that in.
Yeah, that would be right there. That's a fantastic grab, and well done to Kempson as well, as you said, Spider.
He's been really good today, Kempson. Best on the ground last week at the reserves, and showing some good form today.
So Tillich lines up and makes no mistake. Balwyn get 2 in a row. They move to 9-6-60. Noble Park 7-5-47. 18 minutes gone third term, and Brush, is there more Noble Park fans here today? I reckon we get a bit more of a crowd reaction when the Bulls are kicking goals.
Yeah, well, they seem to be the most vociferous of crowds this afternoon, Noble Park.
Vociferous.
Use it in a sentence.
The crowd was vociferous. I think that was the sentence.
Could be another podcast intro, that bit.
EFNL vociferous.
Podcast name.
I'm always impressed how quick the ball gets returned from the tram tracks. here at Balwyn. It seems to be quicker than other places that have got nets at the back.
Urban tried to figure his way out of the back of the stoppage to try and get it to turn a bit. Turner ended up wrapped up.
I wonder how many people have stolen the football and hopped on the tram.
Noble Park need to find a response soon. They're not going to, with Urban steaming through the pack like that, handing it to Smith with a high up and under towards the forward 50. Haley, is he going to work this one out? Spins out, avoided a couple. The handball was errant. And Noble Park, they're going to try and work this one out. Urban again. He's really starting to fire up his turbo.
He's having a good period in the game.
He ended up in a tackle. Ball up, Napa taps it. Broderick probably happy to rush it along with Noble. And just the one behind to ball when they move to 9.761 to 7.547. Nearly into time on here in the third quarter.
So the 14-point lead for the Tigers. Out of defence, McInerney takes the mark, and it's a 25-metre penalty too, so
just
stiff, but
Ryan, just remembering this game is probably about 20 minutes in front of us. The Basin have got one back, 11.470 to Oakley District 7.749.
So be almost just about home there, the Bears, as the Bulls look to take the game on through the middle. Marked by Marson, Anthony Marson that is. There's an option to his left and will use it as they now use their centre wing, looking for Quade. Now he'll go back towards the corridor. Dangerous kick. McDermott's there for the Tigers. So's Urban. Tried to break through that tackle, but he's going nowhere. So we'll get a ball up in the middle of the ground. 20.5 minutes gone third term. 9.761 Balwyn. 7.547 Noble Park. Thanks for joining us for the Eastland match of the round, King's birthday weekend. Bowen Smith, clearing kick towards the half-forward line. Tillig again, couldn't quite take the mark. Did well to get rid of it in time. Bowen Smith barges through. Wrapped up by Dean Jones.
In the twinkling of an eye, Scoresby are out by 28, 8.755, Upper Gully 3.927.
Smith really starting to work his magic now. Lamotte, his kick was smothered. It's going to come back to Young. Oh, what a tackle by McDonald, holding the ball.
Too unselfish there by the Balwyn forward line there.
And what looked like an opportunity for Balwyn is now going to be turned into... Was it just the free kick or is it 25?
No, just a free kick.
Just the free kick.
Pretty much a goal-saving tackle almost.
It was, yeah. So... Well, he's trying to look for the corridor initially, but he's going to go for Reardon. Over the top came Pollux. Created the contest and over the boundary line. Well killed.
I think Matt Fodia has managed to get the lights turned on somehow.
Ferntree Gully have blown the game open here over Fair Park. Ferntree Gully 7.850 leading Fair Park 3.725.
Here at Balwyn Park. Thank you so much for joining us on EFNL Game Day. Turner caught in a tackle, was able to get the handball away, slimming, and now Rid across the ground. It's well marked. So Balwyn trying to change the angles. This is Tom Wilson. Held up all of a sudden and has to go down the line to Anderson. Over the top came McDonald. That was a handy punch. Creates the contest for Noble Park as they stop Balwyn's momentum forward. And will they end up with it? No. Well, they did. Dean Jones wrapped up in a tackle. And we'll get the ball up. Important contest by McDonald there, I feel.
He did very well.
So...
He's had a good game, McDonald.
Yeah, he definitely has. I've liked his ball use for the most part. Definitely has found some good targets inside forward 50 as we get a secondary stoppage.
Yeah, good contest between him and Bowen Smith this afternoon.
Yeah. Still the 14-point lead to the Tigers as they escape that contest. The stopper was there for Noble Park, however. Was able to feed the handball over the top. Whistle's gone.
Back to Noble, I think.
Yeah, it was indeed. So Jacob Noble will take it from here.
And he'll look to use that wing once more, clearing everyone's head and out of bounds.
Basin look home here, Ryan. Basin 12-4, 76, up by 37 over Oakley District, 7-7-49.
Game over.
Yeah, massive result in context of the year.
So ball to be brought back into play here at Balwyn Park. It's 9-7-61 to 7-5-47. Tigers leading. Clearing kick from Turner. Was looking for Tillig. There's Fairbank. Almost went without it. Picked it up and straight away dragged to the ground by Bowen Smith, and we'll get a ball up, same spot. 24 minutes gone, third term. I'd like to get one back. The Bulls going into that three-quarter time break just to be able to stick with them. Scores were level halfway through this third term, but the last two goals have gone the way of Balwyn. The ball comes out, but now it's an inside 50 here for the Bulls. Big chance, Byford wanted to get a holding free kick, couldn't. Ball comes back out, Keane, handballs it back to Marson. They work this around and find the target in Molinaro. Molinaro, this is probably a little bit too far out, so looks through the corridor and hits up a target. That is beautiful delivery, and it gives Matthew Nelson a chance to bring the Bulls back.
If he kicks it, it'll be the sorry, Ryan. It'll be the 8th individual goal kicker for Noble Park.
Was this smart? Was this smart footy? And it was really good by Molinaro there, and Nelson gets a chance to finish off the play.
A lovely kick that gave the backman no chance whatsoever to spoil.
Yep.
Yeah, that's right.
And that's why they've improved their method and purpose during this game.
Can't ask for much more than that. So can Matthew Nelson finish off the good work? Be lining up 30 out, bit of an angle. Nelson has missed it. That's an opportunity gone begging.
Bad miss.
7-6-48. They trail ball in 9-7-61.
Well, no one's listened to me. No one has kicked the ball right because it's just carrying straight across.
He rushed that kick. He just needed to think his way through it.
Scoresby are up by 34 now.
Durden to send it to the wing. Anderson sets himself, couldn't take the mark. Crashing in was Tour, but couldn't impact the contest. So Kempson loops the handball over to Haley. Was able to work his way into some space to get the handball away. It's ended up with Charlie Clark. And I thought that was a push in the back there for the Balwyn forward.
Well, it's out of bounds on the full anyway, so they're going to...
Yeah.
He must have just slipped over. It looked like it looked in the back, the way he fell.
Yeah. So Charlie Clark will send it back inside forward 50 for the Tigers. The Flyers fly. Apostolou front and centre, gets the snap around. It was merely a centering kick and now trickles towards the pocket. Wilson was there, but the boundary beat him.
Yeah, Scoresby 9-7-61 now, up by 34, leading Upper Gully 3-9-27.
61 to 48.
They've not kicked a goal since quarter time.
No.
Upper Gully.
It's wild. So in we go again. Napa fell to ground. Who's going to clear this one? Is it Smith? No, beaten to it by Keane, but Keane was wrapped up. Good tackle by Oakes. Good forward pressure to create another stoppage.
Thought they could have been on the ball just about.
Can they cause something here, the Tigers? Can they get a goal from the stoppage?
27 minutes gone. One more goal in this quarter for Balwyn will certainly make a pretty comfortable buffer at three-quarter time. And they'll get their opportunity now because they're holding the ball free kick. Jamie Kempson means he'll have a set shot from just outside the arc.
It was a good tackle.
Donvale 16-4-100, leading Knox 4-4-28.
Blowout. There's Kempson here. Can be rewarded for his good work today. He's been a solid contributor for the Tigers. Bit of an angle on this kick, but certainly will test him from just outside the arc. That's a beautiful kick. If it holds, not quite. It's gone naturally quite far to the left in the end. So minor score 9-8-62 to 7-6-48.
Why was Charlie Haley punching that instead of just stopping it?
It's a good question. That one would have hurt Noble Park, but Balwyn unable to...
Bit of a let off.
Yeah, put the pain on. So McDonald will bring this one back in. Napa the target. He's up against Silvani, but out the back was Molinaro. He gets upended, and Balwyn will end up with it. Urban out to Rid. Tries to shrug the tackle. Couldn't quite, but got the handball away anyway. It's ended up with Turner now. Kick towards the forward line, but great contest. I think this is Josh Tour. and he outmanned Tillig quite effectively. Onto the wing now. Napa once more the target. Coming through was Marson. That was Jordan. Balwyn, I think, looked to end up with it. Great tackle on Turner. Good pressure by the Bulls in this contest. They're fighting against the boundary line as much as against each other, and the boundary line wins.
Some good work there by Marson, but good pressure by the Bulls to force that ball forward.
So throw in just forward of centre for the Tigers. Silvani took front position, but it went out the back. Kempson nearly ended up with it. Smith now at ground level. He's got help from Tillig as the siren goes. Noble Park looked to play on with it anyway. Just wanted to keep the game going. But it is three-quarter time here at Balwyn Park. The Tigers lead 9-8-62 to Noble Park 7-6-48. Thank you so much for joining us on FNL Game Day for this King's Birthday Clash. We'll be back with you after the three-quarter time break.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, "Why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing kickboxing personal training frenzy." And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo, and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Balwyn Park for the King's Birthday Clash between the Tigers and the Bulls. It is Balwyn 9-8-62 to Noble Park 7-6-48. It is three-quarter time. Gentlemen, how do we feel about this? Is Balwyn poised to break the game open, or do we think Noble Park have a pulse?
They do have a pulse, Noble Park. I just think, though, that Balwyn at the moment, Jared, they just seem to be doing enough to keep them at arm's length.
Definitely.
Absolutely. I think the one thing, if you're Noble Park, you have to believe that you can win the game.
That's right.
You've got to go in with the belief that you can overrun and you can score. Like, play similar to what they did in the second term. But if you're Balwyn, You've just got to get the game on your terms, got to get the forward entries here, got to get the ball out of the middle, and just got to start running. They probably haven't ran enough with ball in hand and probably haven't used the ball with the overlap run and the ball use that they would have liked throughout the course of the afternoon. So that's the area that in this quarter where they probably want to put a gap in the game.
We've got some scores around the grounds as well.
Yeah, the Basin 12-9-81, leading Oakley District 7-7-49. They're probably 20 minutes in front of us, so I would think that game could be close to over. Donvale 18-4, 112.
Boundary.
Leading Knox 4-4-28. Come in, Scotty.
Yeah, thanks, boys. Got Brendan Sanderson alongside me. Brendan, tough game so far. They're obviously proving quite the contest and frustrating you a little bit.
Yeah, it's a typical Balwyn Noble Park game, really. It's really tough. Like, to their credit, they've put so much pressure on us today and forced us into a lot of mistakes, a lot of handball turnovers, and they're playing really well. So we needed a lift, and yeah, I thought our younger players were great. They were able to sort of match them a bit better that quarter, and you know we've kicked some pretty fluky goals, but yeah, a lot more desperate, which was good.
And you've had that quick response when Noble scored the goals. Your guys have found a way to get the score on the board back on your terms.
Yeah, the midfield's been a great battle today. Both sides are playing really well through the middle. Both rucks are having great games, and we've got a bit of a wind here in this last quarter, so hopefully we just don't blaze away. We can lower our eyes a little bit better.
Well, good luck in the last quarter. Thanks, Brendan. Thanks, boys.
Thank you very much, Scott. Brenton Sanderson, always insightful, always good with this time too, as players will make their way to their positions.
And basically said, Jared, what we were alluding to just then before we crossed down. Yeah, they just need to lower their eyes a bit, you get a bit more overlap run, and just get that ball nice and deep into their form with their ball use.
Some quick scores, Brash.
Donvale 18-4, 112, leading Knox 4-4-28. Scoresby 9-7-61, lead Upper Ferntree Gully 3-10-28, and Ferntree Gully 7-8-50, leading Fair Park 4-8-32.
The siren sounds to begin the final stanza of this game. Ryan Long to bring us in.
So back in the middle again. Have the Bulls got anything left in this game? Ridd got it off to Balwyn Smith. Balwyn Smith inside 50. This could be a very quick start as Sam Durden's there in front. And takes the mark and can put this margin out to 20 points if he kicks truly.
It's exactly what Balwyn wanted to win that opening clearance and move that ball
as well.
And move that ball very quickly. They got that mismatch very quickly.
The Durden pushed forward and into the side today.
We can play at both ends. Great player.
Inclusion to have. Hopefully he'll be able to play his 3 games this year as he lines up and misses. So bit of a let off for the Bulls. That moves Balwyn to 9-9-63. Noble Park 7-6-48.
Especially after the passage of play. Should have finished the work there.
Definitely. It was emphatic from the stoppage. Balwyn Smith and Alexander Urban both definitely.
Balwyn's had a massive second half too.
They really have. Yeah, Smith especially. So Fairbank with the kick in. Is able to find Taborski. Hands it over to Quaife. Chaining up now, Stern. And the kick down the ground was just a little skinny and ended up over the line. So Balwyn were able to push it out to a 15-point lead. We're a minute and a half gone in this final quarter. Noble Park, they're going to need to make their move soon, and McDonald might be a big part of that as he sends it forward. It was the one for the Flyers, and most of those are Balwyn, but comes to ground level. Keane scooped it up, and he gets the first for the term for the Bulls. Kevin Keane.
Well, I mean, we looked at the other end. You take your opportunities and you make the most of it. Balwyn didn't. Noble Park get their chance, and I think Silvani may have even spoiled that off his own teammate.
He did, and it's the momentum, boys. That's what happens. When you have momentum, you must make the best opportunity of it. And then on the kick out there, they just went the full length of the ground there and turned that into a goal. So that was what we call a coast-to-coast goal in the end, and the Bulls have made full use of it.
Back to 9 points again. It's been an interesting contest. Actually, Noble Park have kicked 6 of their 8 goals down that end of the ground, despite Balwyn having the wind here. Chevy Anderson now the middle, looking to get it to Marshall. Reardon run into some trouble. Get a ball up back in the middle
Boundary.
of the ground. Let's go down to the boundary line. Scott Hardy.
Yeah, and just further from that huddle and the chat with Brendan through that break, his main message was, do we want this more? And that'll be obviously evident in this next 10 to 15 minutes.
Well, that's exactly right as Urban got her off to turn up. Turner's kick towards the half-forward flank. In fact, it will just roll out of bounds, and Noble Park trying to get that as a deliberate call. You give it back, Stern. You're not getting that one.
Final score, the Basin 12-9-81 have defeated Oakley District 8-7-55.
Big win.
So ball brought back into play. Anderson and Napa go up. Ball comes out. McDonald, very quick, and now inside 50 towards the boundary side. Marson trying to keep this in. So is Pollux for the Tigers.
Let's hold the ball.
Tackled across the line, and there will be a boundary throw in. Coming up to 4 minutes gone. Ball 9-9-63. Noble Park 8-6-54. Jared.
So Noble Park, they can work something from a stoppage. We've seen Anderson took front position against Reed in the ruck. So that'll end up with another stoppage as Smith was tackled.
Come a long way in 7 days, Jared, after you predicted him not to kick a goal. The Basin.
Yeah. So
I had to mention it.
I think that was Bayswater I was talking about.
I thought that was the Bayswater. So yeah, it was Bayswater. But the Basin, they've been questioned about their ability to kick goals too.
Intercept mark.
You bought yourself unstuck there.
Oh, Silvani was handballed it across the goal there as Noble Park was looking to threaten. Exasperated was McDermott. He didn't think he carried it over the line, but the umpire disagrees. And
what's going on here?
We heard the extra whistle, so just looks like something's going on in the goal square, and there's a yellow card.
Yellow card. Whoa.
And it looks to be Jordan Marson, I think.
Well, it's Silvani's free kick from the goal square. So he's got something to negotiate. We're just seeing the player run off the ground.
I think it's Marson, yeah.
That is a pretty big loss for Noble Park for the 15 minutes in the sin bin. Right, so they have it locked in their forward line at the moment, and it's Balwyn's task to negotiate their way out of that, and Silvani did not do a good job at that. Put it straight down the throat of Broderick. So Noble Park will send it back in, and the mark, just a juggler taken by Scott McInerney.
That's a ripper.
That was fantastic stuff. He was under so much duress there, and I thought Balwyn might have been able to at least neutralise that contest, but strong hands.
Oh, how many players have missed to the right of the right goal post?
Many.
Down this end of the ground.
McInerney to make himself the 9th individual goal scorer for Noble Park this game, and he will cut the lead to 3 points if he spears this one home. It's a floater, and it's coming back.
But not
for
enough.
Not enough, indeed.
Nearly.
To the left side this time.
Just the 1 point.
Got to take those, though. You know what I mean?
Well,
big moments in games.
8-7-55, Noble Park. They're hanging in there. Ball at 9-9-63. 6 minutes gone, final term.
Got to
Can
clock
they
it in now.
cause the boil over? Get a stoppage here in the middle as Fairbank not letting Oaks go anywhere. So it's been a real interesting contest today. Tap down from Chevy Anderson. Bowen Smith kicking it down the line, trying to keep this one in. It was Clark. Now Tillig. Tillig inside 50, one-on-one. Durden, too strong. Couldn't quite grab it, almost had it. Down at ground level, that is as deliberate as you like. Oh, no. And he was going nowhere else but the boundary line, and that is fair enough. Dean Jones and Charlie Haley. In fact, it will be Nathan Oakes who will be taking it.
Oh, yeah, well.
Yeah.
It was just...
I thought Durden had just about had it, but here's Oakes on the boundary, around the corner.
Oh, he's put it through.
Oakes nails it. Ball would move to 10-9-69 to Noble Park 8-7-55. 14-point lead.
Yeah, just when those things happen, bad choice, just a bit of a brain fade in the end, and in the end, you just get paid back the other way. Oakes made a big moment of it.
Boundary.
Let's go down the boundary.
And just that move with Sam Durden, that was the only one, sort of major one, and the boys got around it when Brenton sort of said he's going to go forward. He felt that the height for Noble's defence is quite small in comparison to theirs, so that's why the change to put him up forward and see if he could stick a mark probably.
I was watching Dan Jones. You can see from his body language how he felt about that. Smith tried to shark it from the centre. Urban to chase it. Noble Park will be able to stop this from happening. A free kick's been paid. It was too high. Scott McInerney takes advantage. So the kick towards the forward line. It wasn't handled well by Noble Park, but Stern was there for backup. McDonald, chipping kick. It's come to... Sorry, it was Quaife and then Stern. And now Stern kicks the goal. What a response by Noble Park. Quick as a flash, and Balwyn weren't able to keep up with that one.
Back to 8 points. They won't go away. And
They won't, no.
It was well played by McInerney. Set up that goal with the way that he split that midfield open again, kicking the ball to position for Noble Park runners to come down that outside flank.
Great anticipation, wasn't it, Brash? Just the ability to be able to sum up the situation when he needed to.
So these games, though, King's birthday clashes between these two sides. It always lives up to expectations. We didn't think coming into today's game that it would be still in the balance in the 10 minutes into the last quarter. Noble Park moving this ball forward once again. And what's been, I don't know if there was there's a confusion, I think, from both sides. No mark paid to King, so the ball up outside the forward 50 of Noble Park. Trailing by 8 points, 9-7 to 10-9. Can they get within striking range? Ball going nowhere. Marshall can't get that one out, but they've been super impressive today, and Stern was just their first multiple goal scorer. They had goals from across the board. Again, just being held up here.
But they've competed, and since quarter time, that's what they've had to do. I mean, first quarter, it didn't feel like they were competing enough.
So on the ball up, Urban took it, and the kick goes forward for Balwyn, but cut off immediately. And Noble Park will send it inside their forward line through Quaife. 25 metres, a man on the mark infringement by the looks of it, and this might give Lockie Quaife a shot at goal.
No, he's still bringing it back, I think, boys, back to the centre.
Whilst we got a quick moment, Domvale by 78, 18-4, 112, leading Knox 5-4, 34.
Could they win that game by 100 points?
Possibly not. I think
not with the time remaining.
No,
but close to it.
So this will be harder for Noble Park now with the set defence from Balwyn and the height they have down there, and that's exemplified by the punch over the top that sent it right over the boundary line, and we'll have a stoppage in the Bulls forward 50. Still an 8-point game. 11 minutes gone in this final quarter. King's birthday clash action. Urban now. As I think that's Slimming. Oh, his kick was wayward under a lot of pressure, and the mark's been taken by McInerney. Can he line up?
Tell you what, he's been good all day, McInerney.
Yeah, he's fought hard.
He's been exceptional.
So he's had a couple of shots at goal throughout the day, missed them both. Third time's the charm for McInerney. Oh, it's floating away and hits the post. Oh.
Not a bad attempt.
I still reckon hitting the post should get 9 points.
Oh, the old wizard cut.
Well, it's just there's so much more space to get a goal.
Yeah. That's 3 behinds for him this afternoon, McInerney.
It is. So, taking the kick in. Margin back to now 6 points. I think we've got the wrong score up on the scoreboard as Tilly. And there's been I hope that didn't come through the to the mic. And it is 25-metre penalty here in favour of Balwyn. Looks like there's a bit of dissent on the field and on the other side of the fence.
Yeah, unfortunately, if you heard it,
yeah,
it was there.
Okay, Tilly. Apologies to those at home who heard that one. The gentleman behind the fence is Balwyn back inside attack. Opportunity for them now. The handball quickly getting away to Byford, and so
Ryan quickly, Scoresby 9-10, 64, Wakoma against Upper Gully 3-12, 30 and Fair. Parker coming, 6:11:47 trailing up Furniture Gully, 8:10:58.
We'll keep an eye on that one as the ball brought back into play out here at Balwyn Park. McDonald missed it. Fairbank got the handle over the top. Here's Bowen Smith again. Goes backwards, couldn't find his target. Then Pearce as that goes out of bounds. Just Scott Hardy's on the boundary line. Look up at have a look at the scoreboard. Just want to make sure we've got the right score as well.
Yeah, so it's Balwyn 10-9-69 to Noble 9-8-62.
Beautiful. We are correct.
Seinfeld, 69. Lemon chicken.
I'm not sure what's going on, but Smith is able to get the kick away. It wasn't paid a mark to Tillig, so he found the handball option backwards. Durden's the target in the goal square. Running with the flight of the ball, he makes sure of it this time.
Balwyn have proven if they can get the ball into their forward 50, they've definitely got the mismatch with Durden here.
Yeah, they have, and that was just a little bit of experience by Durden to be able to know where to be.
Was always going to kick the goal from there. So Sam Durden puts his first on the board in Balwyn colours.
I think it's the most excited I've heard the Balwyn crowd all afternoon.
And they stretch the lead to 13 points. It might be a bit of relief for them. I know they
Boundary.
still have a task, but Scott Hardy on the boundary line.
I'm not too sure how it's going to go, but it's just started to rain just a little bit. So keep that brolly handy.
Got an umbrella down there, though.
Lee's got one up there that's apparently really good.
You've got no protection where you are right now. Having a look at you on the
Real open down here. Get a shed down here for me.
Apparently the umbrella's good. Apparently.
So back in the middle. Have Noble Park got one more response in him.
Body slam
from Keane. 14.5 minutes gone final term. 11-9-75 Balwyn. 9-8-62 Noble Park. They've been brave, the Bulls, but Balwyn are probably one goal away from breaking this one and continuing their 4-game winning streak and making it 5.
Well, they've been pushed all afternoon, Balwyn, so they'll take the win here if they can maintain the momentum.
4 points will be all that matters for them as Wilson towards the corridor. Tillig out the back, falling in the hands to Borski. The mark is paid to Nelson. Nelson, centre wing. Hasn't got much options, so short kick forward. And Broderick. Harry Broderick inside 50. Good kick. Spoiled from behind by McDermott, doing very well. Big tackle applied. Ball comes out to Byford, who has the snap towards the goal, and just a minor score, maybe a handy point. 9-9-63 Noble Park, trailing Balwyn by 2 goals now. 11-9-75. 15.5 minutes gone. Final term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
The Bulls have to lock it in here. Will they be able to do this? I believe Jamie Pollux, I think it was, with the kick-in duties. So up they go, trying to juggle the mark with Smith. It came off hands, and now the handball was an aggressive one. They've got space to run into, but Noble Park shut that down immediately. Riordan to Broderick, and now to Nelson. They're sharing it round. Riordan knocked off the ball. Bouncing ball by McDonald. A kick inside forward 50. Good spoil defensively by Stern. Snap around the body is just going to fade over the boundary line.
Not a bad result.
Stoppage, yeah.
They'll take that, Noble Park.
They're moving the ball very quickly.
That intensity was great.
Yeah,
it was. Yeah.
Noble Park, they aren't going to die wondering this game. Steve Hughes' men have the hunger, but do they have the efficiency when going forward? Jones in the ruck against Silvani. 0-0 draw, trying to fight for it was Broderick at ground level. McInerney couldn't handle it. And now it's come out to Haley, scooped up, Tillig. Oh, it's a race on in the forward 50 for Balwyn. It's Durden again. Can he get the second? He's got Noble for company. But it was an open goal. And Sam Durden may have just made sure of the game for Balwyn. And Noble Park, it's spilling over here as the fracas continues. Oh, it's looking ugly. Gee. So to update you on the scores, it's Balwyn 12-9-81 to Noble Park 9-9-63. 17.5 minutes gone in the final quarter, as it is starting to the feeling starting to brim over the top here.
Goal umpire nearly had to jump over the fence to wave his flags.
Just trying to work out what Oaks was signalling with his hands there.
Fair Park have got it back to a goal. It's Ferntree Gully, 8-11-59. Fair Park, 7-11-53. Could there be a draw again between these two teams?
Yeah, maybe 81-63 here. Balwyn leading. Jerry Anderson went without it. The handball over the top from Reardon. Reed spying around. We'll get a ball up, centre half forward for Noble Park. Been plenty of feeling in this game between the two sides. They've got a rich history.
Yeah, but they've
I
just
like it.
lost their composure. The Bulls have just been a little bit undisciplined in the last 10 minutes.
Turn up, back and towards the middle of the ground. Tillich. And we're going to do it all again. We'll get a ball up in the middle.
It's turned out to be a bit of a Dow struggle in the second half at Knox Recreation Gardens. Domvale 18-412, Knox 7-4-46.
Urban towards Charlie Haley, almost took it. Tillich so strong, got the handball away. Now a chance at Taborski to get this one out. Fairbank. And Fairbank's kick is out of bounds on the full.
He's tried to kick that to Scott Hardy.
As Kane Turner reminds him about it. As Slimming long into attack. Durden's there. Out of the back. Oh, he's marked it. Noble. He had slipped over and the ball went straight into his lap. Durden said fair enough.
And you can tell the Noble fans are all down right below us, so I might have to turn the Atmos down a little bit.
Yeah, might just go off.
Quaife over to Broderick. Noble Park are going to need to move things really quickly here if they're going to keep hope alive in this game, but that's not what they were able to do. Pollux comes across and takes the intercept mark as Balwyn. The hush falls over the ground, or is that just the atmosphere?
No, it's actually they stopped.
So Sam Durden the target again. Noble out the back once more. Tour is able to feed the handball out, but Broderick was running out of room. We'll get another ball in Balwyn's forward 50. We're in time on right now as Balwyn still lead 81-63.
It's turned up the heat, the Tigers, the last 10 minutes.
Indeed. Reardon was able to feed the handball out, but Smith was first to it. Still, Taborski ends up with it. Noble Park feeding it out. Reardon with an aggressive handball. Hopeful. What a kick off the ground by Anderson, and the mark in the middle was taken.
Now that's Lux of fortune there.
So Slimming it was. Finds the option in Urban, and he's going to run past for the handball. Kick it to Apostolou. And Broderick was out of the contest in that one. Couldn't do much about it. And I think Balwyn will be able to breathe pretty easily if Apostolou nails this one and his second for the game.
Yeah, just the big moments in this last quarter, they've just a bit more calmer, use their composure a bit more, the Tigers.
So Apostolou, he's going to kick it from a little bit beyond the arc by the looks of it. He comes in, and it's a spearing ball, and there it is. Balwyn will be the victors on the King's birthday clash. And Noble Park fought a brave fight, but in the end, the class has shone through. And the Tigers, the reigning premiers.
Well, yeah, I think if you look at it, really, it's probably quite similar to what they've done most games this season in their wins. They've been able to grind them out. They haven't been overly dominant in any of their performances, been challenged each week and just find a way to get away late, and they've done that. There's the rain starts to pour down, and on cue, Scott Hardy.
Yeah, I was going to say, it started to, you might not have many sound effects. Everyone's gone back behind me now under the shed, so it's starting to get a lot heavier now.
I don't know what that little shed is behind you there. I don't know who's using that.
It's the interchange, umpire's interchange.
I'd maybe make friends with them as Urban got the handball away and they go inside 50 again. The Tigers, the kick was a bit of a dribbling ball inside. Charlie Haley still somehow finds a way to get through, but this time going nowhere. So ball up.
And I would go down there. I would go down there, Ryan, but the mics don't like it any further than this, so I'm stuck here.
Fair enough. As Napa got the tap down, McInerney The handball away to McDonald. McDonald just wanted to get rid of it.
That's out in the
It's another one for Scott Hardy.
Over the fence.
That is into the
That's
tennis
into the-
court.
Into the canteen.
No, it's
On the tennis court.
It's bypassed the canteen. It's
It actually has gone into the tennis
Yeah,
court. So
yeah,
really
that's going to take a little bit. There is people playing,
I
but
can see half a dozen people just. Actually, there must be someone playing down there.
Yeah, there
Someone's
is.
waving to them.
I've got a new
there's
ball
got a new
anyway.
one on.
Scores we look home here, 10-10-70 over Upper Ferntree Gully, 4-12-36. Donvale 19-5, 119. League Knox 7-4-46.
Balwyn here, 13-9, 87 to Noble Park, 9-9-63, 4-goal lead.
Is
As
that full?
that kick is out of bounds on the full.
And
So-
just repeating,
That's no stat, Charlie.
just repeating, Ryan, the Basin 12-9-81 have defeated Oakley District 8-7-55.
It's a massive win, isn't it, for the Basin?
Tore out of defence. Mark taken by Jones.
Kicked 1 goal 2 weeks ago, and then you win against a good team this week.
Jones towards centre half forward. Flying back to take the mark was Young. There's a short option.
Time wasted now.
And with 23.5 minutes gone, they were happy just to chip this ball around for a little bit. Urban sliding into that mark.
So Balwyn to just, slow things down, as we've said. Alex Urban played more than a handy game. Lamott presents. Takes the mark on the second grab. Looking for options now. Can they find another couple of goals? Charlie! Here he is. No, just overawed by Tua, but it was a free kick.
You can't do the front on.
So
his eyes were not on the ball.
Haley, he's kicked 8 goals for the year. He's not gotten one yet today.
He's been well held today, Charlie. He's really had...
Checkside Charlie, and it's party time for Balwyn. They move to 93, Noble Park 63. It's a 5-goal lead as the rain starts to tumble.
They've just been able to turn up the gears, haven't they, in this quarter, and Noble just haven't been able to go with them the last 10 to 15 minutes. It's just, the real the creams come to the top when they've really needed to, and they've been a bit frustrated, the Bulls, but they put up a pretty good fight for most of the afternoon, but in the end, just been overpowered.
Yeah, of course, there's that margin now at 5 goals. Still a bit more crowd involvement. We'll get a ball up back in the middle of the ground. Consecutive 14-9-93 Balwyn. So Noble Park 9-9-63 will be their 5th win in a row. McDonald clearing kick towards the boundary line. They try and mop this one up through Reardon. Molinaro, it's out of bounds on the full.
See, how important was that goal that McInerney missed? Since that moment in time, they've just lost all their momentum.
Yeah, that was
Noble
the
Park.
momentum swinger. Yeah,
that's right. Feel bad for Scotty out here. He's been okay for most of the day, and then the rain starts to hit us late, and they're happy just to chip it around.
Got a final at Scoresby. They've won 10-10-70 to Upper Gully 4-12-36 after giving a 4-goal start.
Yeah, impressive stabilisation by the Magpies. Unfortunate for the Kings, is not their birthday.
No, and the Gully have gone 2 goals up, 9-11-65 to Fair Park, 7-11-53.
Oh, strong mark by Durden. He could have a shot at this one, I think. And this will be his 3rd goal if he's able to work this one out. So, Sam Durden, the former North Melbourne and Carlton player in the AFL. Experience with Box Hill Hawks in the VFL as well. And that's who he's been playing with this year. He's a great option up forward, and it was a good move by Sanderson to put him there in this final stages of the game. Look at that. Oh, beautiful kick. And they get around him. Popular man at Tigerland, Sam Durden.
How handy would it be if you have this guy available in a grand final in the
Yeah, I
last
know.
quarter.
Well, when you think about what they've got, like if imagine if they had Walker, Durden all playing at the Silvani all playing at the one time. I mean, pretty imposing team. But Durden, he's been terrific going forward in this quarter and has really impressed himself on the game. So,
Well, Brenton Sanderson did say to keep an eye on him, and that he looks
good
like,
reason to.
Yeah.
I said a number of weeks ago he would be important, but he certainly stepped up in this quarter and done well.
That's right. So we're approaching full time out here at Balwyn Park. 28 minutes gone final term. Balwyn 15-9-99 to Noble Park 9-9-63. It was 7 points in the early stages of this quarter as they look to get one back, Noble, towards the top of the square. O'Rourke's there. Fighting hard for that, Marshall. Over the boundary line.
Boundary.
Let's go down the boundary, Scott Hardy.
Brash, you're generally good with your times. How much longer do I have to stand out here? We're at 28 minutes here.
3 minutes, I reckon.
About a minute and a half, mate.
All right.
Less than a
Yeah,
minute
it's
and a
that awkward time. I can't run up and get the umbrella because I need to interview some people afterwards.
I think it's the first quarter definitely only went for 24 minutes.
Do you want me to javelin it?
I was going to say that.
So out of defence, Red. Sported, but kept in. Balwyn going to be pinged here for holding the ball free kick.
It's amazing to think that Durden's not on an AFL list. He's still got some qualities.
Final at Gully, Wally Chew. Ferntree Gully have outlasted Fair Park 9-11-65 to Fair Park 7-11-53.
Wilson wrapped up and get a ball up outside the forward half for Noble Park. Still a lot of positives to take out of today for the Bulls.
Absolutely.
Well, definitely.
After what I saw 2 weeks ago at Vermont, the performance between Noble Park of that side 2 weeks ago today is chalk and cheese.
Oh, this has 2 or 3 more wins for the season on it if they can bring this most weeks.
Yeah, it's definitely looking positive at the Bull Ring after this performance. So Silvani got the tap down, came to Marshall though. Quaife, his kick was smothered. Kane Marshall followed up. High ball inside forward 50. Pollux or boundary line, either way. So Josh Pollux, one of the ins today for Balwyn, always.
And been good.
Yeah, good intercept defender for sure. One of the best in the division, I would say. Noble, it fell out the back for him. Tillich taps it along the ground. Clark is going to go for it, but beaten to it, however, by Nelson. Nelson lost it, and Balwyn will have another shot at goal. Kempson has missed.
Been good today, Kempson. A couple of times hasn't quite finished off in front of goal, but has been damaging through the midfield.
He's still a work in progress.
He's still got a lot of upside in his ability, I think.
So,
oh dear,
not long. That's an interesting kick and falls into the lap of Bowen Smith, who has plenty of options, and one of them is Kempson again. So he will have another chance at putting one through before the final siren. 15-10-100 Balwyn to Noble Park 9-9-63. Deserves a goal for his hard work today, and
always come back in the side this week after best on last week in the reserves or development side.
So Kempson, it will be a tough kick with it, particularly with the rain now. A little bit heavier, the ball a bit more slippery as Kempson on the siren from outside the arc, gets onto it, and there's your icing on the cake. Kempson puts one more on the board for Balwyn, and they move to 16-10, 106 to Noble Park, 9-9-63, and that is your full-time score out here at Balwyn Park.
Well, in the end, it was just the class of Balwyn that prevailed. They're going to be, once again, they were challenged for 3 quarters, but like good sides do, they find a way to get the job done, and they've got so many weapons across so many lines.
And so many gears, Brush. They can step it up when they really needed to, and that's what they did in the last quarter. They got challenged throughout the course of the day, and then they took their game to another level. Durden, stepped up in the last quarter after going forward, but their midfield all day, worked really well, and it was in the end they got the job done.
And it's one of those cases where I feel the margin doesn't necessarily justify the fight that Noble Park put up. As we said, it was 7 points at some point in the final quarter, very early on, and then it just sort of blew out. An unfortunate, I think, scoreline for Noble Park, but hey, they know how they play it, and they know what positives that they will take from this game for sure.
Down on the boundary. Scott Hardy, you've got Charlie Haley with you.
Yeah, got Charlie Haley, mate. It was a strong win, especially a well-fought contest as well. They really challenged you in the first half, and then the second half, you found an early gear.
Yeah, we always knew they were going to have a crack. They're a good young side. They always perform against us, so just proud of the boys. They dug deep, which was unreal. First 3 quarters, they were great. The last quarter, we showed our class, which is good.
And you gave a strong message at 3/4, a bit of a fire up to the boys. What did you sort of have to say in that? Obviously, it was a sort of probably a lower sort of half, and then like I said, you fired.
Yeah, well, we got so much talent on the list, so sometimes it's frustrating when we're not kicking good scores and like that. But I just said play our way. We need to lower our eyes. Every time we play with the wind, we're no good. So I just said lower the eyes, hit the shorts, and we'll go from there. And a nice move by the coach to put Sam Durham up forward and obviously kick through the 3 in that last. Yeah, pretty good, mate. It's pretty handy. Jared lined it out and Sam Durham in, so.
Pretty easy. Well done, mate.
Yeah, it's certainly a luxury to have. I think we might go to a break, or we'll see if we can get the song potentially as the boys make their way into the rooms.
And good on you, Scott, for holding onto the mic as Charlie might have tried to steal it.
He wanted it.
Was that a stitch up there for Flynn Marshall? They all waited back at the fence as Scott Hardy will follow down to the Balwyn rooms. Thanks to Toe Brothers Funerals celebrating lives. To hear the song and not singing quite passionately after a real exciting last quarter for the Tigers.
Yeah, that's a big last quarter.
It might be just the kickstart that they need to get their season going in the back end of the year.
I think it's to the tune of the Sydney Swans.
We've got 2 versions.
That's right, actually.
From the sky, whether the odds be great or be small, boys win to win overall. Rather than noble sons come marching, now there's a victory. Oh, we're from Tigerland. The fighting fury, we're from Tigerland. In any weather you will see us in a grin. Hey, sing and sing. Hey, we're behind and never mind. We'll fight to win. We're from Tigerland. Never into the final, so let's go.
There you have it. Thanks to Tone Brothers Funeral celebrating lives for the song. And we might go to a bit of a... We'll go to a break before we go through the votes, go through our awards and start to look at all the scores around the grounds and close things up for the King's Birthday weekend. It is Balwyn 16-10, 106. Winners over Noble Park, 9-9-63.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Balwyn Park as the Tigers have reigned supreme over the Bulls, 16-10, 106 to Noble Park, 9-9-63. We are getting into the post-show. We'll give our votes, we'll give our goal of the day, we'll have a look at some of the scores around the grounds as well. So I think we'll start with the votes, shall we? Is that the consensus across the panel?
Yeah, we've got Scott Hardy also up here as well. You've still got your mic, Scotty. We've got our 3-2-1 for the Sportsco Eastland best on ground. Who wants to start? Who's got their 3 in mind?
No, I haven't got anyone in yet.
I reckon I'm going to have to give Lachlan McDonald the 1 vote, I think. He definitely fought hard for Noble Park. I feel like he was the main sort of provider from the engine room. I think Chevy Anderson played a really good game in the ruck. I'm going to give him my 2 votes. And Bowen Smith really turned it on in that second half, and I think was definitely took Balwyn to another level. He was the, if we're talking about switching gears, he was the one in control of the stick.
Now, I want to keep track of this, but my pen is missing.
Oh,
someone has stolen the pen.
All right, I can.
There's a markup. Might do. All right, Jared, you're going to have to keep track of that. So, sorry, I missed your who was your 3 votes?
Smith.
Sorry, his pen. I don't know where he's gone. Brash, you're 1, 2, 3 if you're ready.
Yeah, I'm going to go 1 vote for Scott McInerney. I thought he tried all afternoon and for Noble Park. I'm going to give my 2 votes. I'm going to give it to Lockie McDonald I thought his game, especially early, I thought him and Bowen Smith, I thought were probably the 2 most influential players on the ground. And I agree with Jared. I'm going with Bowen Smith. I mean, those 2 guys, they were wax lyricking. And it just seemed like that when either one of those guys was on top, their side was on top. So in the end, it goes to Bowen Smith.
Matt Spiderly, you're 1, 2, 3.
A few guys have probably got squeezed out of the votes, I think. It was one of those sort of games, like you could easily settle on a number of combinations, I think. I actually thought, I think for Noble, they had a lot of good players today that could have featured in the votes, and I think McInerney could have easily feel unlucky from my point of view. I thought... But I'm actually going to give. I'll give Lockie McDonald a vote, just because I thought he was probably their most consistent player across the 4 quarters, and he really kept them in the contest through the midfield. I think for Balwyn, I'm sort of leaning towards one of the other midfielders. I actually thought Alex Urban played quite a good game. And he's got the 2 votes, but the third best, I think 3 votes, the best on the ground, I think Balwyn Smith was, in the end, he was the difference between the midfields and between the arcs, essentially. And there's a couple other players, like Chevy Anderson could have easily got 1, 2 or votes, but I'll settle on those. I thought Urban really came into the game, and particularly when Balwyn had control, and he was really played some really important parts. So I'll go with McDonald, Urban, and Smith as my 1, 2, 3.
Scott Hardy, who was down on the boundary, 1, 2, 3.
It's a pleasure to be up here. Undercover, great cover. I'll go Lachlan McDonald for the one. I'll also say Sam Durden, and I think I apologise, I said Sam Durden before, but Durden. I thought just that last quarter, exceptional effort to make it, just to make an impact, and he was such a key focus for Noble. Sort of then it took the pressure away from others, and I like you boys. I liked his game down on ground side in Balwyn Smith, and I give him the 3 votes.
Yes, I think that makes Balwyn Smith our winner. Apologies to Alex Urban, apologies to Durden, apologies to a few of the Noble Park boys.
And apology to a few of the Balwyn players as well.
Yes, there's quite a few that I couldn't fit in, like what Slider said. But I've actually gone Will Lamont as one. I just thought he was a bit of a spark early on for them. Kicked the 3 goals. I thought he had a pretty good afternoon. McDonald with the 2. I thought easily Noble Park's best, and probably would have had the footy over 30 times. I thought he was really good. And I agree. I think Balwyn Smith, the moments mattered, and he was really key in their performance, and as he always is.
So, Smith there with the 15 votes, McDonald with the 7, and then a smattering of 2s and 1s across the board. So, congrats to Balwyn Smith, the player of the day. Goal of the day, gentlemen. Now, I think there was one by Nathan Oakes where he just absolutely flushed it in the second quarter.
I circled that on the page.
Yep.
And there was another one by Lamont as well.
Lamont was, that was good.
I think I'll go with the one you reckon, the one that flushed it. I reckon that might be the one.
Broderick had a good one as well in the second. I thought his one in the second was
that
exceptional.
Was a good one. Yeah. That one.
Anyway.
What do we reckon, guys?
I'll go the flush.
The flush.
You're confident.
Oakes.
I like it.
And if Oakes has already left, we'll give it to someone else.
Broderick, I guess.
We'll give it Will Lamont.
Nick Murphy left last week
Yeah,
without getting his award.
Give it to Broderick.
Can't take it home with me. So we'll congratulations there, Nathan Oakes, Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day Award, and of course Balwyn Smith, the Sports Co Eastland Best on Ground. So we'll keep an eye on it because they are behind us in the rooms. So if they do pop their head in there, both Balwyn and
Nathan
as well, we'll obviously get their awards to him. As there he is, the man of the moment, the long sleeves behind us, just sneaking in for.
I'll get him while he's got his.
He's getting his GPS out at the moment.
He's got his birthday suit.
No, he's not. No, Brash. Where were we? Around the
scores.
grounds.
Around the grounds.
Scores. Wrap us up. What happened around the grounds?
Yeah, well, I think you might have taken the lead in the tipping contest. You tipped the Basin this afternoon.
I did.
And probably tipped all the others. Any others you didn't? You tipped anyone else?
Scoresby, Donvale. Yep.
All right. So, you hit the lead because the Basin have gone down to Princess Highway this afternoon, and they've notched a really impressive win here. They won by 26 points in the end, 12-9, 81 to Oakley District, 8-7-55. In the end, Donvale put Knox out of their misery by 79 points, 21-7, 133 to Knox, 8-6-54.
There's a goal kicking. 21-7.
133 points on a day like today.
It's a lot of.
Scoresby overcame a 26-point deficit early in the second quarter to win by 34 points, 10-10-70 to Upper Ferntree Gully, who fell over a cliff, 4-12-36. And Ferntree Gully have outlasted again Fair Park 9-11-65 to Fair Park 7-11-53.
Well, lasted indeed. I like that by Fair Park. I think it signals they'll get at least another, win or two for the season. For certain.
They're right. It's a much improved performance for them.
For sure.
Maybe
competitive
big day.
Yeah.
It was a big day for them, so they absolutely would have talked about that all week and got up and about over it. As we look ahead, obviously now to to next week and the second half of the season. It's officially into the second half. I know Premier is round 8, but for everyone else, we're getting close to.
I actually can't believe that we're already into the
quickly.
second half of the season.
Indeed.
It's just gone so quick.
Yeah, quick as a flash. As it always does, I feel. It's wild.
And of course, we've still got 14 minutes to play
Yeah, we
out
do.
here, so I don't know if we want any sort of talking points at the midpoint part of the season that we can discuss here. Obviously, with just a limited amount of games across the divisions, and for most of the part, seems to be what we expected. The Basin Oakley district caused a bit of a conversation on that one, but
apparently there was a question raised, which was you raised with Blake during EFNL Insight. When are the Mo's going to go?
Oh, it's on screen at the moment. It's looking filthy. It's
nonsense.
Yeah. The missus wants it gone, so I've been told I've got a week to get rid of it. Yeah.
Ultimatum.
I don't know if I love it or hate it at the moment. So we'll try to hold on to it
statement
maybe for a little bit longer. But
maybe say to her once Richmond win their next game.
That could be a while. That could be holding on to it.
Well, at least you can hold on to it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Next Richmond final, and it'll be looking like some outback bloody.
Yeah.
maybe tell her when Essendon win a final.
Now you're starting fights in my household. I think across the today's games, what's the biggest result? Is that the Basin one stand out to you, Spider?
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's an incredible result for their footy club. You know, to think a couple of weeks ago they only kicked 1 goal in a game of footy, and off the back of a couple of wins, and we thought that they were heading in the right direction. They have a bad loss, but a couple of weeks later they go down to Oakley and that result. So I think for them that's a real firm belief now that we've got to take them a lot more serious than what we have.
But that's the thing with Oakley. We spoke pre-game though, is they just bleed goals down back, and that was our sort of biggest concern. And I'd sort of raised the point at the time for just what happens if the game was sort of played as well at the Basin. I think we would have definitely sort of gone more on the Basin sort of side. We were probably a little bit, I guess generous in believing that Oakley had the home ground advantage and use that to their advantage. But yeah, they really need to change probably their defence more so at the moment, because allowing those scores and big scores, it's just you're never going to win games of footy.
I think it's a major setback for Oakley District now.
Yeah. Oh, and like we said for the ladder as well, Brash.
You know, I think they've only won 2 out of 7 in the opening 9 games. If they harbour to play, or 3 out of 9.
Well, they're not playing finals now.
No.
No, I think you can put a line
well,
to Oakley District. Yep.
You know, look, Upper Gully losing, Sylvan losing basically in this round, and the Basin also winning. It still puts them. They're 2 games off 5th spot.
Yeah, we'll have to go their way, but I think you can now put a line through them.
Yeah,
I agree. I think that's it for them.
I think they're done. They could be done.
I was thinking it was just a hard draw. You know, they started by playing the V3 top sides in the first 3 rounds, but no,
but that just shows. That just shows you right how your season can automatically, Jared, be derailed in the first month, depending on the draw, doesn't it? Because you really. In the opening rounds, Spotty, you at least hope to go 50-50, 2-2.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And I think it just shows a significant improvement on other sides. I mean, we've seen Coldstream take a backward step this year down the ladder, and we've seen clubs like the Basin and Sylvan, be very competitive, and Upper Ferntree Gully. So this goes to show you that they've won the games that they've had to, and the others haven't.
And Ferntree Gully are 4 and 5. Yeah. And they're 20% ahead now of Oakley, a win and 20%. Yeah. That's nearly 2 games.
Yeah, and I think Ferntree Gully now are still giving themselves a
mathematical chance.
Yeah, mathematical chance, and I still think they can slide in there. Yeah.
What about some of the other divisions? Obviously not playing this weekend. We've talked about Premier enough today, of course, with this game and what's happening in Premier Division at the moment. But Division 1, we've obviously got, with the North Ringwood win over Montrose, made the race for the 5 a little bit more interesting, and has certainly got a bit of a talking point now in the second half of the year. If North Ringwood can outlast Montrose, I think the top 4, hard to see them not playing finals.
Yep.
Baronia
are up.
They're 4th.
Well, you think now it's the North Ringwood Montrose spot there. Who's going to take that 5th spot?
Do you have questions around Beaconsfield with that loss to Bayswater, or are we putting that down to just an
one-off at the moment?
They're entitled to. Everyone's entitled to an off day.
Yep.
I mean, don't forget Baronia went down there and had an off day as well. They were outplayed.
That's true.
I think in Baronia's case, I think if you're looking for a side that's probably got a little bit more of an upside, they've got a lot of players out at the moment, Baronia, to bring back into it. I could see them improving in the second half of the season. I still think it's going to come down to Montrose and North Ringwood fighting off for that final five, the fifth spot.
Yeah, and that'll be an interesting one just to see what North Ringwood can sort of muster throughout the second half of the season, because I feel like they recruited well. Obviously, they had a lot of hype around them pre-season, then flattered to deceive in a couple of games here and there throughout the first part of the season. And I think the question comes down to whether or not they can challenge teams like your Park Orchards and your Beaconsfields.
I think defensively, Beaconsfield are as sound as any other defence in this division. My main concern is, can they kick a winning score against Park Orchards and South Belgrave, because both sides love to kick, and they're attacking. They're an attacking side. I know I know the scores go down in the final, but you've also got to have it in the back of your head that both those sides potentially can blow the games open very quickly, and I just don't know whether Beaconsfield have got the players to go that second gear if they need to, Jared.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. You've got the sort of rebounding attacker of Brandon White. He's the sort of a general, I guess. But it's interesting to think about Beaconsfield's list and whether or not they do have the ability to shift those gears and play a very attacking brand of footy if that's required of them, if that's sort of like the state of play in a final, if they make it there.
Ryan, can we just go back to first Premier Division?
Of course we can.
Just having a look at Vermont have just played 4 straight games at home, right?
Have they really? 4 in a row?
4 in a row.
Okay.
They've got South Croydon and Balwyn away, and then Mitcham at home and Doncaster East away. Their last, from round 13, 14, 15 and 16, they play 4 games away. So they're going to have to try and bank some wins leading up to round 12 for that stretch home, because it's regardless of who you're playing in those 4 games, it's always hard, trying to win away from home, Spider.
Well, it is, but I think the question for Vermont is, are they going to have a full complement of players? And
well, they will need Wiedemann and Buxton back in that
they
side.
will, and that's what it comes down to. And if they don't have those players, then they're going to find it very hard to play finals this season. Roval, they need to bounce back. They're going to be without some players in the back end of the year, a few players that are travelling over the next month or so. So they're going to have challenges. Every club's got their challenges, but it's whether Doncaster East can get some wins, and they can get themselves into a position to make the 5 as well.
I think on the overall balance of the season so far, I think at the moment East Ringwood, for mine, are definitely the clear standout early on.
Absolutely.
Yeah, well, I think it's East Ringwood, Blackburn and Baldwin now that are starting to establish themselves as the 3 front runners.
I know Balwyn aren't. I mean, they're winning, but they're not like thumping sides like East Ringwood. But I would not want to play Balwyn.
No, I think the top 3 are better than the other couple at the moment. And I think that's where it's heading.
And I think Doncaster East too, with the win over Roval last week. Look, they ran East Ringwood to 20 points. They ran Balwyn to 22 points. So,
their footy in the back end of the year will be interesting. If if they can get themselves up and running, I still think they can play a big part.
I think they could at least still finish 4th or 5th.
Yeah.
They have the list to be able to worry sides in the finals,
they just
especially with the height that they
just
have.
can't afford to get. They can't afford an injury to Shackey and O'Brien.
Yeah.
Otherwise, that'll derail their season, I think.
And the challenge for Blackburn is going to be, are they going to have enough goal kickers in the back end of the year?
Yeah.
Because obviously Trenbarth's not there now. What can they do? What can they do forward line wise with their structure to make sure that they're kicking multiple goals week after week and kicking those big scores. They'll get a lot from their midfield, but it's whether they can have those forward threats up there. When you consider what East Ringwood, Balwyn now have at their disposal.
Well, it's a bit hard. We can't even. Ryan, it's probably even. Division 2 is just too hard. It's too hard to talk about.
We've got 4 minutes, and I don't think we can sum up Div 2 in 4 minutes.
I still think Templestowe are the clear favourite. They've been the most impressive team I've seen, and at the moment, there's a block of other teams that are chasing.
Yep.
It's whether who's going to be. Is it going to be a one turn to South, Surrey Park? They're probably the next two, and the cabs off the rank, and then it's whether a team like Croydon can get themselves in there and flex their muscles in the back end of the year.
Long weekend, of course, King's birthday weekend. We'll start with you, Scotty. What's on for the rest of the weekend? Great to have you back as well, by the way, back on the team.
Yeah, no, I've really enjoyed it. So thank you for the invite and for remembering me on the email list. So I have answered a few times, but other times I just haven't. No, it's good.
Just behind us, Jack Tilley loves the camera.
Oh,
me.
I was going to say, do we need to give him the warning that there is clear glass behind us
and the camera?
But anyway, no, it's a pleasure to be back. Thanks for calling alongside you today. The weather actually stayed pretty well, and it was a good game of footy. So I think that's the excitement for the King's birthday weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Spider, what's on for the rest of the weekend for you?
Rest of the weekend, footy tomorrow. Going to go and watch the King's Eve game with the Bombers and the Blues.
Yes, I'll be out there
doing some work at that, and then on Monday the MND. What a game that's always to go to. Melbourne and Collingwood. We've got our beanies on representing that, and Neil Danaher, what a man, Australian of the Year. Go and acknowledge all the people that are going to go down the slide and raise money for a great cause.
Absolutely. Wayne Brasher, what's on this weekend?
I'm probably just going to rest and do a few things around at home and finish off my statistically speaking article that'll be coming out in the next week or so.
We got to preview that in the record today.
And we've got another podcast coming out, don't we, Ryan?
We do.
With
another
with
Spiders
a Vermont 10-time premiership great legend.
It's a lot of premierships.
10 premierships.
Yep.
10. Settle for one. 10 is incredible.
You were a 10-time team manager, Brush. You'd be nearly 10-time, wouldn't you?
No.
No? Not
I
quite?
I was at least a 4-time.
4-time? Okay.
In fact, I was team manager of first and seconds and in 1 year, and also in cricket. So
yeah, okay.
It's a distinction that no one else has had from the footy club and cricket club. But
very good, Brad. Jared Benham, what's up? It's Saturday night for you. Where are you off to tonight?
This is going to be a chill one.
Bed, apparently.
Could be a dangerous question.
You're not mixing a few cocktails tonight, Jared?
No, not tonight. I definitely need a rest after this one. It should be a chill one. And then Monday I'll be keeping an eye on my beloved Pies.
Who are
they?
Taking on Demons.
All right, that's enough.
Very confident.
What are you doing, Ryan? You're shaving your mo off, aren't you?
We'll see. I've got down in Interleague on Monday with Lee Green will be there, of course. So Interleague Monday at Walker Park.
Get down there.
Yep, round 3 of the series. And I will be at the Blues Bombers game tomorrow night, Spider. So might give you a text and have a beer at half time.
Be good to catch up.
Absolutely. We've timed this well. It is all over here. Balwyn 16-10, 106 to Noble Park 9-9-63. Thank you again to Lee Green as well, of course.
And John Higgins on camera.
John Higgins on the camera.
I know, Johnny.
That's it.
That's it.
The fat lady has sung.